Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Presented by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, delivering the funds the university needs to drive academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Also brought to you by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Hy-Vee, score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. And by 988 Lifeline. If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. This is the University of Iowa Energy Collab pregame show, powered by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Here's Rob Brooks.
And welcome courtside to Carver Hawkeye Arena as we get set for the second round of the NCAA tournament. The Iowa Hawkeyes at 30-4, and the Mountaineers of West Virginia at 25-7. Well, on Saturday, the Hawkeyes had that big second quarter against Holy Cross, outscoring Holy Cross 25-9, and that spurred the Hawkeyes on to a 91-65 victory. Well, for West Virginia, in a close game at the half against Princeton, used a third quarter as where they outscored Princeton 18-7 and won by 10 at 63-53. So West Virginia, an 8th seed in the region, and the Iowa Hawkeyes, of course, number 1, trying to get to the Sweet 16 once again. And certainly it's typically not easy in this round. When you are kind of the team that everybody is gunning for, being a number 1 seed, West Virginia comes in like Georgia did a season ago with, nothing really on their shoulders as far as expectations, and can play loose, can play free, and the Hawkeyes will have to do that tonight to handle the pressure of West Virginia. That's really what they pride themselves on, is defense, full court pressure, typically 40 minutes and just use toughness and defense and want to play a game where they create a ton of turnovers. Iowa, of course, averaging well into the 90s as far as points, and you look at West Virginia at 74.5. And Iowa, 38% three-point shooting team. West Virginia comes in at 32.5. They will shoot them, but certainly don't rely heavily on the three-point shot. They've got players, especially at the guard position, that can take it to the basket as well. But they want to turn you over and create an up-and-down game, which Iowa's played very well this year. You think about the teams that have pressed the Hawkeyes, namely Ohio State. Penn State was like that. Michigan State. Those teams had to call off the press because Iowa handled it so well, and that's exactly what will have to happen tonight. The Hawkeyes playing with a lot of confidence now, trying to get, of course, past this difficult second round to head to Albany, New York for the Sweet 16. Both teams are out on the court. The Hawkeyes warming up. The hoop to our left, the Mountaineers, the basket to our right. Got a fun-filled pregame show for you. Of course, Tiffany will be along with her keys to a Hawkeye victory in the NCAA tournament. And when we return, Coach Bluter and I will sit down for our pregame chat. Back with more from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Second round of the NCAA tournament, Iowa and West Virginia coming up after 7 o'clock Central. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Only 39 cents a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And 39 cents a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop. And count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for bananas every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive, with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Welcome back inside Carver Hawkeye Arena as we get set for the second round of the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship as Iowa takes on West Virginia, who took care of Princeton by 10, 63-53. Really, it was that third quarter that really spurred on the Mountaineers, won that one 18-7. And that was a game, Coach, really in contrasting styles and play, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Definitely, Princeton was a player-to-player team, not press. West Virginia press, kind of zone team after their press, but it really was, the difference was the third quarter. If you take out the third quarter, it was even game.
And talk about the style that West Virginia plays for just pretty much all the game.
Yeah, West Virginia's going to press the whole time. They love to press, and they'll mix up their presses from a three-quarters court slow-down press or a three-quarters court really aggressive denial press, kind of like Ohio State, or a full court 1-2-1-1, trap it in the inbounds pass. So a variety of different presses. they do like to go back into a 2-3 zone, but they will go back into player-to-player if their zone is not working like they want it to.
Offensively, as we take a look at their personnel, who's kind of stood out to you?
Well, they have two really good guards. Jordan Harrison, their point guard. She's little, but she is fast. I mean, she is really, really hard to guard because she gets downhill so fast. J.J. Quinterly, first team, all Big 12, and on the defensive team as well. So she's a great defensive player. I'm sure she'll be guarding Caitlin. Again, very, very fast going downhill, and she is their leading scorer.
Obviously, a lot of transfers on this basketball team, and players that have played in the NCAA tournament, so there's some experience there as well.
Well, there is. Even though this is a new coach, like Jordan Harrison came with him from Stephen F. Austin, so they're used to playing together, and they got a good first round victory. They're probably feeling pretty good about playing in Carver, but I think our crowd's going to be amazing tonight.
It certainly will, and we'll talk about the Hawks when we come back. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bose, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Coach, defensively, what do you look for against them tonight? It's kind of a situation where you'll try to mix them up again?
Yeah, we're going to try to mix up our defenses, but we are going to start out in a zone defense, which is pretty unusual for us. We think that is the best way to defend this team, is being in a zone. We'll also mix up some player-to-player, and there's some triangle and two, but zone's going to be our main option that we're going to go with tonight.
And you talk about being able to handle pressure. Well, you've done a really good job of that throughout the year.
We have. When you look at when we play Ohio State, they've had to take the press off. Penn State, they had to take the press off. We played both of those teams twice. We were pretty successful with it. But this is a team that is forcing 24 turnovers a game. We need to get that number down to like 16.
And Hannah, good to go tonight?
Hannah's good to go. Molly's not.
Right. Okay, Coach, appreciate it. Good luck to the Hawks.
Let's go, Rob.
Head coach Lisa Bluter on the pregame show. We'll be back with more after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Orders of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
Hey, Hawkeyes, while your hard-at-working class are on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa Athletic Programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com.
Postseason coverage of Hawkeye women's basketball on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. And I'm pleased to have Jackson Tharp, a zone manager out of Chicago, joining me to just fill us in, give us some more information on what's kind of happening at Honda. And Jackson, one, thanks for joining me. And let's just kind of dive into this. To go the distance, just tell me a little bit about the Honda hybrid you got going.
Well, they're the best models we have in the lineup in terms of miles per gallon, and they are really reliable, kind of long distance travelers, and probably the best, most comfortable cars in our lineup. We have the Accord hybrid and the CRV hybrid. More to come a little bit later this year, but as we both know, in the basketball season, it's a long season, and they're the ones that last the longest through the March Madness are what get them through. So they're very similar that way.
Yeah, over 30 games so far, and certainly more to play. And obviously, with Caitlin Clark and all of her accolades and all of her awards, it's just kind of like being the most valuable player. But what about the EVs?
So we have a new one on our way, our first, actually. It's called the Prologue. It is going to be out in a couple months here. They're starting to be built and headed out to dealers soon. And we are really excited about it. It's a 5-passenger, close to the size of our Passport. And it's got a ton of leg room, and it's a really comfortable car, and it drives just like a Honda for our first one.
Of course, I've talked to Coach Luter a lot about being consistent. And obviously, this time of year, consistency is key, whether it's a Big Ten tournament, NCAA tournament. What makes the Honda brand so reliable?
Well, I think it's our long history. I mean, it is an American car. I mean, we have a lot of factories here. We have a lot of people here. We've been here in America since the mid 1950s. Started with the motorcycles, and then really transitioned to cars, and we've built that brand image of reliable and something that it's been kind of a long-standing thing, and it's not built over a short period of time. Just like you talk about Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes, it's been a 4-year thing. I mean, it's a long-term reliability growth there.
Reliability is so important. How about toughness? Kind of what are your most rugged vehicles that you've got in the lineup?
Yeah, we've been building on our rugged image here over the last couple of years. I mean, we've revamped our whole truck lineup. So we've got a brand new Pilot, Passport, and a Ridgeline that were just refreshed, and again, more to come there. And really changed even the HRV and CRV. We have pretty much brand new light trucks that have given off a more rugged appeal and really can handle any task thrown their way. So it's been good to see, and it's been good to have them join the lineup and be consistently rugged.
Jackson, where can people go? What's a good place to get more information, take a look at what's in the lineup this year?
Any of our Central Midwest Honda dealers are there to serve and there to answer any questions. Obviously, you can go to our Honda site and break out to that. But we would love to help anybody who's interested in a Honda.
Well, Jackson, appreciate your support here postseason, and thanks so much for your time. And coverage of the NCAA tournament right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. With our amazing lineup of rugged SUVs, your Central Midwest Honda dealers know how to dominate the competition. That's why we're such big fans of the black and gold women's basketball team as they continue their tournament push. So fasten your seatbelts and go Hawks. Thank you to Central Midwest Honda dealers for your support of Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is also proud to be the season-long sponsor of Iowa women's basketball. Visit us at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. Tiffany will be along with her keys to a Hawkeye victory after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. All right, Tiffany, here courtside, and this crowd is ready to go. Of course, former Hawkeye and all-pro tight end George Kittle just walked in, and certainly everybody in the crowd noticed, and the 49er got a big ovation.
Yeah, exciting times right now, and they're like maybe 4 or 5 rows behind us. I was kind of confused as to what was going on, but obviously it's great to be back in Carver. Last time this year, Rob, historic night. Last time we're going to see Caitlin Clark, Kate Martin, Gabby Marshall, Sharon Goodman play under this roof. But before we go down that path, we got to take care of business. So keys to the win tonight. If our Holy Cross game was all about getting our sea legs back after that 12-day stretch, tonight's going to be about playing our best basketball for 40 minutes. The most important part of the equation tonight, as we've heard time and again, is taking care of the ball, full stop. This West Virginia team is all about defense and this very aggressive full-court press. As again mentioned, they forced 18 turnovers a game. We've got all Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, J.J. Quinterly, Jordan Harrison on that all defensive team as well. This team puts pressure on, and they put it on tight, and our Hawkeyes are going to need to channel their Molly Davis chill vibes tonight and just stay calm. The best offense against the press is to not let them set up or to have them to score a couple layups and have them pull it off. So that's going to be the key to the game, is taking care of the ball. But yet, once we get, past the half court, still attack the rim, still feed the post, draw the fouls. The last point is, we can't anticipate if the refs are going to call it tight tonight, if they're going to let them play. If they let us play, which they might, we have to be ready for it, and we cannot burn energy worrying about the calls. We got to focus on dictating the pace of this game. Bottom line here, Rob, is this game winnable? Absolutely. But we've got to stay composed, we've got to control the tempo, and we've got to take care of the ball in order to keep dancing tonight.
Well, and the key thing, too, is if things don't go right all the time, which typically in these games there are a lot of highs and lows, you got to get yourself through that and be able to turn the corner.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time. It's riding the waves. It's being able to stop a run and then make your own run. That's the key here. These, it's second round of the NCAA tournament. Every team's a good team, and every team requires 100% focus.
Our keys to the game are presented by Crystal Group. Based in Hiawatha, Crystal Group is a 100% employee-owned company driving innovation with real ownership. Learn more at crystalrugged.com. We'll head to the public address announcer, Dave Gallagher, for tonight's starting lineups in front of a sold-out Carver Hawkeye Arena. Well, you can tell this crowd is into it. It is electricity in the air for the start of Iowa and West Virginia. Lisa Bluter, in her 24th year, picked up her 880th win against Holy Cross in the first round of the tournament, and today was named a Naismith finalist for Coach of the Year. She's in the Final Four in that category, of course, a previous winner. Mark Kellogg, in his first year as head coach of the Mountaineers, came over from Stephen F. Austin. Very successful there, 8 years, and won 78% of his games. And, of course, West Virginia University made some news yesterday on the men's side of thing as they hired former Drake coach Darren DeVries to head up the Mountaineer men's basketball program. Tonight's opening tip is brought to you by Farmers State Bank. Earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval, minimum $50 deposit. Requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. This tip, which was originally scheduled for 7:06, now it looks like more 7:13, 7:14. West Virginia in their road blue uniforms, gold West Virginia across the front, gold numbers. The Hawkeyes go with the home whites, the block Iowa across the front, and the black numbers on the front and the back. This is a stripe game that came together rather quickly, and it looks like, Tiffany, everybody has followed suit.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked at how well they got the memo. It's like noticeable where we are. Usually you can't see it as well when you're this close, but little swath of West Virginia blue. I see maybe 20, 30 people or so. But other than that, we've got a striped out Carver Hawkeye Arena.
Of course, do that every fall at Kinnick Stadium. Stripe the stadium. They've done it inside Carver Hawkeye Arena and have performed that well here tonight. Anna Stalkey, certainly a key for this game. Only played 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Wasn't feeling well on Saturday and did not play in the second half, but credit Andy O'Grady, really stepped in and did a great job with 14 and 5. And Coach Bluter actually gave her the Iowa logo that she could go put on the advance bracket into the second round. Yeah, you always got to give her credit. She steps up whenever she has to, and obviously does very well in March herself. Has had some great runs here in the last couple of years. So Stalkey will jump with Kylie Blackstein, a 6'3" senior, transfer from Colorado. As we mentioned, this is Mark Kellogg's first year. Did bring one of his players with him, but went to the transfer portal last year, and the last couple of years did West Virginia, so they've got some experience in NCAA tournament competition. Transfers like of Blackstein from Colorado. Lauren Fields played at Arizona and Oklahoma State. Kaya Watson played at South Dakota. Hemingway, who comes off the bench, Jayla Hemingway, came over from Mississippi State. Oklahoma and Indiana are tied at 56. With 5:40 left to go in the fourth quarter. And we're finally ready to get the ball in the air. And it is, and Stalkey wins the tap. Hawkeyes control the first possession. Marshall hands it off to Sydney Fulter, now to Clark. She comes to the top of the key, angles toward the right, and a hold will be called on J.J. Quinterly, who we figured would get the defensive assignment on Caitlin Clark.
For sure, and I love that Caitlin Clark is attacking right off the bat because she knows, again, draw those fouls on her.
Ball possession for the Hawkeyes. They get it in. Here's Clark in between the circles, out closer to half court. Now she turns the corner, gets into the paint. Shot is up and no good. Partially blocked by Watson of West Virginia. Quinterly gets it to Harrison on the left wing. Now in the corner, Watson fires a three-pointer deep in the corner and knocks it down.
See, the press is on.
And Stalkey has it at midcourt and then has it swiped away by Quinterly. That's what West Virginia wants to do. Reverse the ball to Quinterly on the right wing. Now inside, an easy layup as Watson slashes to the basket, and she's got a quick 5. Here's a falter in the backcourt. Picks up her dribble, gets it ahead in the front court to Martin. We're going to see that press for pretty much the entire game. Here's a back cut by Clark outside the paint. Fires it right side. Now bounce pass inside, Stalkey outside of the paint. Takes one dribble. Now to Clark left side. Deep three-pointer. Rimming no. And a little bit of contact as Clark went down. And the ball skips out of bounds over to West Virginia. Hawks down 5-0. 8:37 left to go in the first.
The Hawks look like they are in their 2-3 zone.
But yes, Coach Bluter said they were going to start zone.
Yep.
It's a rarity, but that's what the scouting report dictated for this game. Here's Blackstein in the corner. Bounce pass to Watson. Fires it left side to Harrison. Good shooter with 5 to shoot. Harrison gives it off to Fields for 3 left wing. That's an air ball. And in a save attempt by Blackstein. I'm just fine. That ball came whipping over toward us. You might have heard that on the crowd mic. But good hustle by Blackstein. But she threw it to us instead of somebody on the court. Here's Martin, dribbles it into the front court. Bounce pass to Stalkey, and it was tipped away and dug up by Blackstein of the Mountaineers. Harrison on the left wing. Cross-court pass to Watson. She fakes, goes toward the baseline. Now to Blackstein. And now a three-pointer. Watson right wing, no. And the rebound taken down by Kate Martin. Hawks down 5-0 early going. Here's Sydney Falter, left wing, drives toward the basket. Layup, good, with the right hand on the left side off the window.
Love that aggressive move. Just a kiss off the glass there by Sydney Falter. She's going to need to keep activating that penetration tonight.
Hawks get on the board. Here's Fields, three-pointer left side, no good. Just hit the back of the glass into the hands of Sydney Falter. And she brings it across the timeline. Spins now to Clark on the left wing. Dribbles between her legs. And here's a reach by Fields. And now Clark, a deep three-pointer. Knocked it down. Pretty close to where she set the record against Michigan.
Yeah, she's not going to let a reach like that go uncontested. Turn around, shoot a logo three, a deep three, right in her face.
Tied at 5. Hawkeyes in that 2-3 zone. Quinterly, free throw line extended right. Cross-court pass to Fields. Now to Watson in between the circles. Reverses it to Quinterly. Bounce pass to Watson. Now in the corner. Blackstein for 3. Knocks it down from the right wing. Martin gets it into Clark. Contact in the backcourt, and a blocking foul will be called against Harrison.
I think there was a miscommunication there with the Hawks, who's setting up where on the press break. Kind of left Caitlin Clark alone up there, and they need to actually get someone right in the middle. That usually breaks a press, is getting the ball in the middle and then looking out to your passing lanes.
Almost a 2-1, 1-2 full court pressure. Hawkeyes break it. Clark gets into the front court, tries to turn the corner, and is bumped and knocked out of bounds. Is the basketball. And it will be Iowa basketball. But that's the one thing that West Virginia, it's almost like the old Tom Davis.
Yep.
pressure defense where they will trail the basketball. You've got to constantly be aware in front and behind.
Yep, you've got to be very aware of your surroundings. They're baiting you to think I'm in the clear when somebody is sneaking up behind you.
8-5, Mountaineers. Hawks with the basketball. First quarter action. Here's Clark, gets into the paint, and an offensive foul. A push-off 15 feet away from the basket will be called on Caitlin Clark. They are giving her no room.
There's an intensity here, and both teams, but obviously we want the Hawks to find a little bit of calm and try to maintain a calmness in this intense environment.
Harrison with the basketball, and here's a Marshall steal, but then the ball rolls away from her and gets it to Quinterly. Quinterly in between the circles. Marshall goes after it again, and Sydney, a falter going after the basketball, is going to be called for a foul.
That's a tough call. She dove on the ground, but I've been seeing a lot this tournament that trip being called as a foul. So I don't know if it's a point of emphasis on the referees this season, but I've seen it a couple times, and kind of an odd call.
Marshall almost had 2 steals, so West Virginia gets it in on top by 3. 5:45 left to go. First quarter action. Quinterly will fire a three-pointer and knock it down from the top of the key.
West Virginia shoots just 32% from the three-point line, but of course they're coming out kind of on fire.
Martin in the paint, drops it down to Hannah Stuelke, goes up strong off the window and scores and is fouled. That's the way to beat the press.
100%, and just getting the ball into Hannah Stuelke a couple times, drawing the foul on her is going to be key.
Blackstein picks up her third, to make that her first, the team's third. Harrison, Quinterly, Blackstein all with 1. Stuelke knocks down the free throw, and that pulls the Hawkeyes to within 3 as Kylie Feuerbach comes in for Sydney Affolter. So already 5 fouls called, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game.
They're calling the fouls for sure.
West Virginia with the basketball. Harrison across the timeline, gets it back from Fields, reverses it to Quinterly. She gets into the paint, kicks it left side. Fields, three-pointer, back of the bracket, no. Clark tips the ball to herself and gets the rebound. Crosses the timeline, pulls it up, now gets it to Martin. Now Marshall on the right wing, looks inside. Hawkeyes down 3. We're halfway through the first quarter. Here is Clark. Angles left side, Feuerbach for 3. Back of the bracket, no. Stuelke, a big rebound. Gets it out to Marshall, three-pointer. Hits a little bit strong from the right wing. Long rebound to Quinterly. Quinterly, coast to coast, takes it into the paint. Goes up, short jumper, good.
That is where she is dangerous. That coast to coast, not slowing down, taking it right to the hoop.
Quinterly and Harrison with exceptional speed. Clark for 3. Swish, left to the top of the key. That's the second 3 for Caitlin Clark.
Bingo. Caitlin Clark hopefully here is heating up. We've got her three-point game on tonight.
Hawks within 2. 13-11, 4:20 left to go. Quinterly at the free throw line. 15-foot jumper rattles around, no good. Clark, down court pass, Stuelke, left-handed layup, wide open for 2.
Big time shots by Hannah Stuelke. Love that she took her time, took a little baby dribble, left-hand layup.
This place is as loud as I've heard it.
I feel like I'm screaming because I can't even hear you.
Here is Harrison down the right side of the lane, lost control of the ball off of her thigh and goes out of bounds. Hawkeye basketball after the timeout.
And this is what I love about Kylie Feuerbach. She gets in the game and she's able to just make a difference on the defensive end, cause that turnover, just a disruptor.
And George Kittle, of course, we told you he's here. He's going to address the crowd here at our first break. 3:49 left to go in the third. We are tied at 13, West Virginia and Iowa. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus.
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa Athletic Programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. With our amazing lineup of rugged SUVs, your Central Midwest Honda dealers know how to dominate the competition. That's why we're such big fans of our black and gold women's basketball team. As they begin their playoff push, fasten your seatbelts and go Hawkeyes.
West Virginia got off to a really good start. They've hit 3 3-pointers and have led for 4 minutes and 51 seconds. But the Hawkeyes have tied it up at 13 because they've made 5 of their last 7 from the field. Iowa 5 of 9 from the floor, and now 2 out of 5 from 3, but have gotten some good looks. And the key thing is that Caitlin Clark has knocked down 2 of them.
Yes, I mean, we just needed this. She needed this to start out strong. It is like an incredibly physical game in the sense of they are, harassing her, harassing every player. So for her to create that space early and get 2 threes is really important in again, setting the tone and grabbing the sort of feel of the game.
Both of Clark's 3-pointers have been left to the top of the key, not far from where she hit her record-setting shot against Michigan. Iowa basketball, we're tied at 13. Clark keeps that right-handed dribble going. Tries a bounce pass to the right wing to Gabby Marshall right in front of the West Virginia bench, and it's knocked out of bounds. Another thing that the Mountaineers do, they get up there and play that passing lane.
Oh, they do, yeah. And again, you've got to really watch every pass.
Hawks get it in. Here's Martin. Now to Clark. Out near the logo as Hemingway has come in, and so has Addie O'Grady. Clark tried to get it to Addie underneath the basket, and it's knocked away from her and out of bounds, but the Hawkeyes will retain the basketball.
The question is will Kate Martins continue to score off the baseline out of bounds?
Well, it's now Addie O'Grady. She gets it inside the paint, could not finish. A little bit short on the bank shot. Quinterly gets the rebound, hands it to Hemingway. She goes up in the paint and took an extra step, traveling the call. We're tied at 13, Iowa basketball.
And again, Kylie Feuerbach defending that, staying strong, keeping her feet set, causing another turnover.
Now Folter comes in for Kate Martin. Hawks will face, that looks like a 2-2-1 pressure defense. They'll change it up. Down court pass to Feuerbach on the right wing. Tried to get a bounce pass inside to Addie O'Grady. And it's kicked by Kylie Blackstein. And the Hawkeyes will have it. That down court skip pass works effectively when you've committed 4 players in the backcourt. Hawks will have it along the baseline. Clark, lob pass to Marshall, and you can't do that.
There's
not enough on that against this defense.
They hedge those passing lanes so strong that you almost have to lead the player the other way.
But the Hawkeyes will have the ball after West Virginia knocked it out of bounds. Hannah Stalkey back in the game for the Hawkeyes. This time Iowa will inbounds along the side. We're tied at 13. Feuerbach gets it into Stalkey. Out on the right wing behind the arc. Now to Clark. In between the circles, goes between her legs. Thought about a three-pointer. Now top of the key. She will fire and knock it down. How about that? A three-pointer off the dribble for Clark.
Ice in her veins right now. You see it in her face. You see it in her body language. She's getting the crowd into it.
Hawks by 3. First lead. Quinterly lost control of the ball at the free throw line. But now gets it to Blackstein. Now back to Quinterly on the right side. Goes between her legs, gets to the elbow, to the paint. Now to Hemingway in the corner. Now Harrison tries to make a move, flips a pass inside to Watson. Her shot is no good. Stuelke gets the rebound. Hannah pushes the ball to Marshall across the timeline. 2:20 left to go in the first. Here is Clark. Iowa with a three-point advantage, goes toward the baseline and tries to whip a pass cross court, but it's batted away by Watson. Into the hands of Quinterly. Down to Hemingway. Left-handed layup, no, and a whistle underneath. And this will go against the Hawkeyes. Feuerbach, her first, and 2 shots for Jayla Hemingway. Transfer from Mississippi State as Taylor McCabe enters for the first time. Hemingway averages 6 off the West Virginia bench and knocks down the free throw. As a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes, the U.S. Sailor wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. The U.S. Sailor is built for us. Second one good. Hawks lead trimmed to 1. Here's a Falter. Controls the ball across the timeline. Lost it, but gathered it and handed it off to Clark near the timeline. Under 2 first quarter. Clark step back 3 off the right side of the iron, and Martin skies in there for the rebound in the paint. Has it knocked away, goes to the ground and is tied up. Possession arrow favors the Mountaineers. 16-15 Hawkeyes with 1:49 left to go in the first. Indiana had a 6-point advantage with about 25 seconds left to go against Oklahoma.
Wow. I figured that was going to be a really great matchup.
Harrison walks it across the timeline. Hemingway on the left wing, puts it on the floor off a screen, tries to get to the rim, lost control of the ball, dug up by Stuelke. She tried to get it to Clark, but it's picked off by Watson. To Harrison. Now to Watson, three-pointer, left wing, no. Sydney Falter all alone underneath the basket, grabs the rebound. Hands it to Clark in the backcourt. Hawks by 1, 1:15 left to go first. Clark turns the corner, gets it to McCabe in the corner, left wing. Now to a Falter, left to the top of the key, puts it on the floor, goes toward the baseline, pulls up her dribble, now to Kate Martin, elbow jumper, got it. 14 feet away, Kate's first hoop.
Beautiful mid-range jumper by Kate Martin. You don't see that shot often from her, but Sydney Falter with a great pass, perfect timing, led her just into the right spot.
Hawks by 3, Mountaineers with the basketball. Harrison against that 2-3 zone. Watson now back to Harrison. Dribbles toward the baseline. Now pulls it back out. Bounce pass in the paint to Quinterly. Goes up, has it swatted away by Stuelke. Iowa basketball. They can hold for the final shot of quarter number 1.
Hannah Stuelke came to play tonight. Both ends, defense, offense, rebounding, block shots.
15 on the shot clock and the game clock. Hawks by 3. Clark out near the timeline on the right side. Lob pass inside to Stuelke. She goes and gets it back to a Falter, puts it on the floor, goes all the way to the window. Left-handed layup, no. And the ball goes out of bounds. Touched last by West Virginia. And also a blocking foul called on the Mountaineers underneath.
That's a huge play. I mean, to draw a foul like that with 1 second left, I'm sure the coach is frustrated. Not a smart play on the defensive end.
Falter took it from the left wing, went all the way down to the left block, and now rewarded with 2 free throws. Falter's first, got it. Sydney with 3, Hawks by 4. West Virginia has not scored for the last 2:11, 1.2 left on the clock. Second one in the air, perfect rotation in the basket. Harrison in the backcourt. A long distance over half court attempt falls short, and we have played 10.
Woo, a good 10.
It felt like 20, but it was only 10.
Yeah, again, the intensity in this game, one, it's very fun to be here in person, experience this, but what I will say right now is where the Hawks can feel really good is staying poised. This is not an easy team to go up against, and they are staying calm, cool, and collected.
Hawk fans, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield knows you're here for every fadeaway, every alley-oop, and every buzzer beater. And Wellmark is here for every moment, too, with trusted health coverage committed to making healthcare better. Learn more at wellmark.com/hoops. We'll head to the second. Hawks by 5, 20-15 over West Virginia. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard, with 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources? Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, our partner in a collaborative, ENGIE North America, is now offering part-time, on-campus positions where you can get hands-on, career-inspiring experience in sustainable utility systems management. Check out the jobs and apply now at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Hawks with a really good second half of quarter number one. After West Virginia took an early lead, Iowa by 5, 20-15. And to show you how back and forth and even it has been, West Virginia has led for 4:51. The Hawkeyes for 3 minutes. And there's been one lead change, and the game has been tied on 2 different occasions. Biggest lead for West Virginia has been 6-5 for the Hawkeyes, but Caitlin Clark, 3 out of 5 from 3. And nothing is going to be easy for her tonight. She's hit 1 from the top of the key and 2 from just left to the top of the key. That 1 from the top of the key, she faked it on the right side, put it on the floor a couple of times, and then had to fade away to get some space.
Step back, fade away 3. I mean, it is not going to be easy, but the good news is she's, again, hitting to start off. She's had a couple of her last games kind of started off cold, and so I think she's in the zone. Obviously, she's feeding off this crowd and this environment, and so I think good things to come here.
If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. Hawkeye basketball to start quarter number 2 with a 5-point advantage. 4 of Iowa's 5 starters have scored. And the 5 starters are on the floor. Martin across the timeline. So getting Caitlin off the ball to start this possession. She comes off a screen, fires a 3-pointer top of the key, a little bit short. Hawks hustle after the rebound. Martin digs it up. Gets it out to a folder. She'll fire a 3 off the right side of the iron. Long rebound, and it goes out of bounds. West Virginia had a couple players there, just got away from it. And it will be Mountaineer basketball. Hawks by 5. Just underway, quarter number 2. Second round of the NCAA tournament. Sold out Carver Hawkeye Arena. Hawks stay in that 2-3 zone. Watson cross-court pass to Hemingway. 3-pointer left wing, no. Clark gets the rebound along the baseline. Tried to get it to Martin. It was batted up in the air by West Virginia, but thankfully for the Hawkeyes, goes out of bounds.
Yeah. What I'm okay with now with the zone defense is I'm okay with them shooting three-pointers. That's not a good shot for them. Make them get hot. Make them, show us that they can shoot the three. But I think that's a good shot for them to be taking when they're averaging 32% on the season.
Against Princeton, just 3 out of 9.
Yeah.
Martin across the timeline. Hawks by 5. Early going second quarter. Here's Marshall in between the circles. Gets it to Stalky, coming off a curl cut, goes to the basket, shot a little bit strong in the paint, and Martin got a chance to get the rebound, but went off a Kate and out of bounds. West Virginia basketball. Harrison, right-handed dribble across the timeline. Now to Watson. Here's Hemingway, top of the key. Watson, 15 feet away from the basket. Now here's Harrison on the right side. She is yet to score, averages 13.9. Now Hemingway, three-pointer left wing off the right side of the iron. Hawks are giving her that shot. Clark gets the rebound, brings it across the timeline. Goes behind her back and regains control. Now inside Stalky, and a foul underneath. A blocking foul is going to be called on Jordan Harrison. That's her second.
Yeah, that was just a good pass there, and Hannah stayed calm and strong and drew the foul.
So she'll come out of the game with 2 personals. She was second team all Big 12. Ball possession for the Hawkeyes, on top by 5, and a whistle before the Hawkeyes could even get it in. Kaya Watson, her first, against Gabby Marshall, who Quinterly now is on. Clark, bounce pass into Stalky on the right wing. Hawks by 5 with the basketball, and then tried to get it to Clark, and it's batted up in the air and stolen by Fields. Quinterly, Watson in between the circles.
Looks like we're in a triangle 2 here. Gabby Marshall on Quinterly, and Sydney Falter on Fields.
Here's Quinterly on the right wing. Hawks were going to change defenses. Bounce pass inside Fields. Gets it back to Watson. Short jumper just outside of the lane. No good. Hawks with the rebound. Clark down court to a Falter. Fakes. Goes up with the left hand. Wide open as she got rid of Hemingway with that fake.
Yeah, and almost scared herself, I think, by how wide open she was.
And West Virginia with some difficulty in the backcourt, but finally digs up the basketball. 22-15 Hawkeyes. Quinterly to Hemingway, back to Quinterly. Comes right side, dribbles between 2 Hawkeyes, gets down on the baseline. Short jumper is up and good, just outside the paint. Not easy to get there, and then elevated nicely. 22-17 Hawkeyes with the lead in the basketball. Stutter step move by Clark, little step back 15-footer, no good right wing. And Watson takes down the rebound for West Virginia. Brings it herself across the timeline. Now to Hemingway on the left wing. Back to Quinterly. She'll set it up. We're under 7, second quarter. Now here's Hemingway. To Watson. They're making the Hawks play some defense. Hemingway drives baseline against Stalky. Pulls up her dribble. Nowhere to go. Has to lob it back out for Watson with 1 on the shot clock. Desperation 3. No. Ball did hit the rim. Rebound putback is good by Moore, who just came into the game. Boy, you can't play any better defense than that.
Yeah, and it's such a disappointment that you don't end up with the rebound, but
that pulls West Virginia within 3. Here's Martin outside the arc. Now to Clark, free throw line extended left. Holds the ball at her hip. Now dribbles right side. Bounce pass inside Stalky on the give and go. And the finish with the left hand.
Big shot. Great give and go. Hannah started that play out with a strong screen and roll.
And Quinterly, might have been some contact down there with Stalky. The Hawks thought there might have been a foul. I think Quinterly limping a little bit. So they've stopped the clock. Hawks go up 24-19. O'Grady comes into the game. And now, one official says Iowa basketball. Mark Kellogg said he wanted a 30-second timeout. Didn't get it. And now West Virginia will be given the basketball. .6:05 left to go. And now two officials, now the three officials. Well, I'm not sure they know what's going on.
Yeah, trying to figure it all out, I guess.
Well, Stalkey scored the basket. And then with the change of possession, West Virginia had the ball. J.J. Quinterly was limping around, so I thought they stopped it to make sure she was okay, which you can do when the Mountaineers have the ball. And that really should be whose basketball it is. And West Virginia will have it. Coach Bluter getting an explanation. So Quinterly in the front court on the right wing. Tries to make a move into the paint. Gets it to Fields on the left side. Hawks on top by 5. Now here's Hemingway. Left wide open for 3. Right wing, no good off the back of the bracket. Long rebound down to Watson, who feeds it inside to Moore. She missed a short shot, and the rebound taken down by Kate Martin. Martin gets it across the timeline. And it goes back and forth against Watson defensively. Now in the paint, O'Grady lost control of the ball, and it goes out of bounds, but touched last by West Virginia.
Gabby Marshall could have taken that shot. I think she had a little jumper, but again, tried to get it inside to Addie, but next time I think she should.
And this might not be the team to really have those extra passes again.
Exactly, or the short passes, right? She didn't really have an angle on it. She was pretty close to Addie.
Feuerbach in for a falter, and Stalkey for O'Grady. 5:24 left to go in the second. Iowa 24, West Virginia 19. Hawks with the basketball. Clark looks to get it in along the baseline. Does to Stalkey on the right wing. Trying to find somebody to pass to. And continues to pivot and has to just throw it out top to Clark. She gets it. Now to Martin. And that's a shot clock violation.
Yeah, that was just, I think Hannah just wasn't quite aware of the shot clock. And
nobody was open.
Yeah.
And she was desperately looking for Caitlin Clark, but you just can't lob it out.
No,
because
not with this team.
Clark was being denied the basketball. It's almost where you just go one-on-one, take it to the rim.
And she could do that. She's capable.
Approaching 5 minutes left to go, second quarter. Here is Quinterly. Free throw line extended right. Pulls up her dribble and then throws it right to Clark, who races down the right side of the lane, goes up, layup good.
Easy peasy. Just sliced right through the defender for an easy layup. But you got to give Gabby Marshall some credit. This triangle 2 defense is working. She's playing phenomenal defense and frustrating Quinterly.
Hawks by 7. Quinterly puts her shoulder down and goes to the baseline, lost control of the ball, and then tries to throw it back out to the wing, and it goes out of bounds.
Yeah, so
should be Hawkeye basketball.
Basically, Gabby Marshall is essentially face guarding Quinterly right now. Caitlin Clark is at the top of the triangle, and so anytime she gets in Caitlin's vicinity, then it's a double team, and it's very effective right now and really getting her nothing.
Yeah, basically you're playing man-to-man defense on 2 players, and then you have a player at the free throw line, 2 on the block, which creates the triangle. Timeout on the court. 4:25 left to go, second quarter. Hawks on a nice little push here, lead at 26-19 over West Virginia. Iowa has now done the job defensively. 2-10 scoring drought for the Mountaineers. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, NG, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Bananas are only 39 cents a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And 39 cents a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop. And count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for bananas every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. The entire season was special, and the postseason promises to be just as thrilling as taking the curves in an exciting Honda sedan. Your Central Midwest Honda dealers are proud to support the Black and Gold women's basketball team and to be a part of the postseason. Go Hawkeyes!
Hawkeyes 10 out of 20 from the floor. Just 3 of 9 from 3. 3 out of 6 from Clark. And West Virginia shooting just 31.8%, which talks about that outstanding Hawkeye defense. It started in a 2-3, went to a triangle and 2. Just 7 of 22 are the Mountaineers. 3 out of 12 from three-point range. Fields 0 for 3 from 3. Hemingway 0 for 3. And Watson 1 for 4 from deep. Hawkeyes have tied their big lead of the ball game at 7, 26-19 with 4:26 left to go until halftime. University of Iowa Energy Collaborative is proud to be the presenting sponsor of Hawkeye women's basketball this season, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. Learn more at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. So after the turnover by Quinterly, it will be Iowa basketball. They'll have it in the backcourt, facing full court pressure. Martin gets it into Clark, and she'll take her time, walk it across the timeline. Fields on her. Caitlin now kind of has her back to the basket. Whips it to Martin, free throw line extended right, tries to get a hard pass into Stolke, saves it from going out of bounds. On the left side to Marshall, now Feuerbach. Free throw line extended left, tries a bounce pass to Stolke, and it's kicked, which helps the Hawkeyes because puts 20 seconds on the shot clock, and it was down to single digits.
Yeah, for sure, and just gives a little breather. This is going to be an intense game. Every little breather matters.
West Virginia only dresses 10. Has only played 7. Feuerbach hands it off to Clark on the right wing, drives baseline, spins, drops it inside to Martin, and she must have lost control of it because went up with the layup and it went all the way over the basket. Hawks by 7. Mountaineers with the basketball. Here's Hemingway, drops it inside to Moore, who had good position and then lost the ball out of bounds, but it was knocked away by Hannah Stolke. Good job defensively. 2:58 scoring drought for the Mountaineers. Harrison will throw it in along the baseline for West Virginia. Looks inside. Hawkeyes have it stacked in the paint. Has to lob it out to Watson. Here's Harrison on the left wing. Now Fields. Harrison in between the circles, reverses the ball. Now Hemingway in the paint, goes up, lost control of it. Got a pass from Moore, but got too far underneath the hoop. Hawkeyes get the rebound, and Clark brings it from the backcourt to the front court and is held by Hemingway. A falter back in for the Hawkeyes. That's 3 fouls in the quarter on West Virginia. Hawkeyes have not committed a foul here in the second. Lead at 26-19, 3:20 left to go. Here's Clark. Angles left side. Now goes to the right. Thought about a step back. Hemingway on her. Turns and drops a pass inside intended for Stuelke, but basically thrown right to Watson.
Cannot do that in this type of game. The bounce pass in the lane is going to get picked off as it just did.
Here's Hemingway for three. Right wing and drops this one in. Well, she's been willing to shoot him. That's the first one she's made. 26-22. Hawkeyes deficit cut to 4. As Iowa leads. Here's Clark for three. Tries to match it straight away. No. As Marshall couldn't dig up the rebound. As Fields does. Brings it into the front court. And hands it off to Watson. Hawkeyes drop back defensively with 2:30 left to go. Second quarter. Harrison now back in the game with those 2 personal fouls. Directing traffic out near the timeline. Set play called from the West Virginia bench. Moore whips it to Hemingway. Puts it on the floor on the left wing. She's doubled. Now gets it to Watson. Drives baseline. Shot up off the window. Good.
Kind of I think a miscommunication on that defensive set of who is who is guarding the 2 players outside of the triangle.
2-point game. Clark for three. In between the circles. No good. Hawks lead by 2. Now Iowa hasn't scored for 2:55. 26-24. Here's Hemingway. Fires another 3-pointer left wing. Off the back of the iron. No good. Weak side rebound taken by a Falter. She's doubled but gets the ball to Clark. Caitlin across the timeline. Hesitates. Spins in the paint. Drops it off for Stuelke. She's triple teamed. And then the ball goes out of bounds. Touched last by West Virginia.
They just get into every play.
Because when you're triple teamed on the block, boy, if you can get rid of that, 2 people are open.
Yeah, you're right. Not just one person, but 2 people.
Easier said than done, though. Hawks get it in. Here's Marshall. Free throw line extended left. Hands it to Clark. Now tried to get a pass to Stuelke, and Hannah was going toward her right. The pass went to her left and goes out of bounds along the baseline. West Virginia basketball.
The Hawks are going to need to get a stop here, but also kind of get their head back in the game.
1:15 left to go in the second. Here's Harrison. Free throw line extended right. Plays catch with Hemingway. Gets it back. Hemingway in between the circles. Looks in that high post area to Watson, and she tried to make a move down the right side of the lane. Took an extra step. Traveling is called with 1 minute left to go in the second. Hawkeyes by 2 with the basketball. One, 2-1 full court pressure now. Martin in the backcourt. Certainly can handle the ball. Remember when she played a lot of point guard a couple of years ago. Hands it off to Clark. Angles right side. Now Marshall almost lost control of it right by the West Virginia bench. Now gets it to a Falter with 12 to shoot. Now Clark on the left wing. Gets to the top of the key. Puts it into the corner to Kate Martin for 3. Off the right side of the rim. Rebound taken down by Harrison of West Virginia. Hawks are now cold and not scored for over 4 minutes. Harrison out near the timeline. Hawks will get it back as she turns the corner, flips it back out to Watson. And now Harrison will hold as the shot clock is at 7. Game clock at 11. Harrison. And a reaching foul will be called on Gabby Marshall when after the steal at the top of the key.
Yeah, Gabby Marshall is playing some intense defense herself. It just kind of got wrapped around her. Got called for that reaching foul.
Feuerbach for Clark. Ball possession for the Mountaineers with 9.3 left to go, and now the shot clock is off. And Marshall bats it away from Harrison and out of bounds. And will do it again with 8.5. Marshall face guarding Harrison. Get it into Hemingway. Now to Watson. In the corner, Hemingway for 3. Back iron, no. Watson gets the rebound. Turnaround, putback, shot short. And that'll do it for the half. the Hawks will take a 2-point advantage to the halftime break, despite not scoring for the last 4 minutes and 44 seconds.
And only scoring 6 points in the half. I mean, West Virginia scored 9. So just not a great quarter all around.
Oaknall's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oaknall is conveniently located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown. A proud supporter of Hawkeye athletics. Visit oaknall.com to learn more. Well, nothing decided yet. We will head to the halftime break. Iowa 26, West Virginia 24. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bowes, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Brought to you by Authentic Brand, the premium label of choice. Hy-Vee, score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Lottery, be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Honda, to see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. And by the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, empowering Hawkeyes to do energy right. This is the U.S. Cellular Halftime Show. U.S. Cellular, built for the Hawkeyes. Built for silencing notifications and turning up the noise. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Now, back to courtside.
And welcome back inside Carver Hawkeye Arena. Rob Brooks and Tiffany Reedy as Iowa leads at 26-24. And doing this a few years now, I've not seen a 9-6 quarter, but that is what we have. West Virginia scored 9, Iowa 6. The Hawkeyes 0 for their last 4 from the floor. Did not score in the final 4:49. And for West Virginia, they didn't score in the last 2-11. We'll take a look at the first half stats, but first, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Time for our halftime stats report, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the all-new, totally free Hy-Vee Perks membership.
Well, Rob, tonight, of course, the Hawks again are led by Caitlin Clark. 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 for 11 from the field, and from 8 from behind the three-point line. Anna Stolke, 7 points, 4 rebounds. Sydney Fulter with 6 points, 3 rebounds. Kate Martin, 2 points, 4 rebounds. Hawks have 17 rebounds total, 9 turnovers. So remember we talked about, where West Virginia is. Not too bad. But here's something that's kind of sticking out. They're shooting 41% from the field and have kind of cooled off behind that three-point line at 25%. For West Virginia, they are led by Janiah Quinterly, 7 points. Kaya Watson with 7 points, 2 rebounds. Jayla Hemingway, 5 points. Terza Moore, 2 points, 2 rebounds. And Kylie Blackston with 3 points. They're shooting 31% from the field and just 26% behind the three-point line. Also with 17 rebounds. Here's something else that sticks out. Points from turnovers. West Virginia has scored 10 points off of Hawkeye turnovers. Again, something that they do well. Points in the paint. West Virginia has 10 to Iowa's 14. Fast break point, West Virginia's 9 to Iowa's 6. So really the thing here is a couple of turnovers that have resulted in points, and then Iowa's kind of cooled off from that three-point line and just didn't have much scoring production in the second quarter.
See if the Hawkeyes can turn that around. Both teams playing exceptional defense and just not a lot of open looks. There's been some three-pointers that both teams could have knocked down, and we'll see if they get that part of their game going in half number 2. Halftime stats report brought to you by Hy-Vee. This is the U.S. Cellular Halftime Show. As a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular is built for us. Iowa 26. West Virginia 24. This is Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeyes on top by 2, 26-24 in the second round of the NCAA women's basketball tournament. Hawks over West Virginia as we check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Plenty of other action around the country tonight. One Big Ten team is on to the Sweet 16, Indiana. 75, Oklahoma 68. That was a 4-versus-5 matchup from Bloomington. UConn also advances with a win over Syracuse, 72-64. NC State 79, Tennessee 72. And Notre Dame defeats Ole Miss in a 2-versus-7 seed matchup, 71-56. One other game taking place right now in the early going toward the end of the first quarter. It is Creighton 20 and UCLA 17. Of course, that game is part of the Region 2 in Albany. Later on tonight, USC and Kansas, and Utah and Gonzaga. That's a look at tonight's women's basketball in the NCAA tournament. It is Iowa by 2, 26-24. You can also feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for your chance to win exclusive NASCAR prizes. See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP. Hawks by 2, 26-24 over the Mountaineers. We'll be back with more on the U.S. Cellular Halftime Show. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus. A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, ENGIE, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Bananas are only 39 cents a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And 39 cents a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop and count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for bananas every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Both teams back out on the court warming up. Hawkeyes the basket to our right, the Mountaineers to our left. Iowa led for 13 minutes in the first two quarters. West Virginia for 4:51. The game was tied twice and the lead changed just once, but been pretty narrow as far as the leads. West Virginia led by as many as 6. Midway through the first quarter, the Hawkeyes' big lead was 7 at 7:57 in the second quarter. Who's going to be able to shoot the basketball better than they did in the first two quarters, I think will emerge as the victor. Iowa 10 of 24, 41.7%, just 9 of 29 for West Virginia, 31%. They've made 4 3-pointers, have the Mountaineers. The Hawkeyes have made 3. Just 5 total free throws shot in the game. 2 for 2 for West Virginia. 3 for 3 for the Hawks. Iowa by 2, 26-24. Second half action up next. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hansher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Bananas are only 39 cents a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And 39 cents a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop. And count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for bananas every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
Hawks by 2 as we start the third quarter. West Virginia basketball. Hawks come out in that 2-3 zone. Watson swings the ball to Quinterly. She comes to the top of the key, feeds left side to Fields. Quinterly back to Fields, left wing. They're just working around the arc, then finally get into Blackstein. Now a right side Quinterly, three-pointer no good. And the Hawks get the rebound. Listolke to a Fulter, whips it right side to Martin, now inside to Hannah. She goes up strong, couldn't finish, tipped the ball, but into the hands of Fields. Got it in deep, just didn't get it up off the rim high enough. Iowa by 2, second possession of the third quarter for West Virginia. Quinterly, top of the key area to Watson. She tries to make a spin move, now kicks it back out to Fields for 3, shot rimming no.
And again, I am okay with them taking that three-point shot. They've made a couple, but largely that is not their thing.
Here's Clark on the left wing, drives into the paint, scoop shot is up and good over the front of the rim, contact and a foul.
Coming out of halftime strong, attacking the rim is exactly what Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes need to do right now.
Quinterly, her second, and Clark at the free throw line will get one and try to put the Hawkeyes up by 5. Caitlin's free throw, short. Stalkey gets the rebound in the paint and dribbles it back out. Hands it off to Gabby Marshall. Now to Martin. Inside Stalkey, and the ball poked away from behind. A foul on West Virginia.
And that's one thing that Hannah's done very well tonight is gotten into position, stayed strong, been the aggressive person on offense, and drew that foul.
Blackston, her second. She's a 6'3" senior, defending Stalkey as the ball is knocked away by Watson along the baseline out of bounds, so we'll do it again. 24. Hawkeyes by 4. Scored the only basket in the third quarter. Here's Clark. Free throw line extended left. Gets it to Stalkey on the left wing. Now back to Caitlin. Drives baseline. Kicks it back out to Marshall. She fakes. Puts it on the floor. Gets into the paint. Shot no. Ball tipped out by Stalkey into the hands of Clark. Second opportunity for the Hawkeyes. Hands it to Kate Martin. Kate tries to go toward the basket on the left side. Watson knocks it away. Now back to Clark. Stalkey comes up for a screen, shows, and now gets into the paint with the basketball. Kicks it back out to Martin. Three-pointer left wing, no good. Skipped off the right side of the rim into the hands of Harrison of West Virginia. She drives down the right side, now kicks it in to Blackston, and her left-handed layup is up and good. She has 5, just her second field goal. Here's Clark in the front court, and the ball knocked away from Clark, touched last by West Virginia. It'll be Iowa basketball along the baseline. She tried to get a pass to Marshall, setting up a three-pointer.
Definitely would have been the right idea, but again, they just kind of get into that passing lanes and disrupt.
Bounce pass inside to Stalkey. Lost control of the ball outside of the paint, but now gets it back out to a Falter on the left wing. Now Kate Martin. Left side as well, short corner. Now hands to Clark for 3. Swish from the left wing.
Oh. Come on, she says, let's go. Crowd is on their feet.
Hawkeyes up by 5, 31-26. 7:25 left to go in the third. See if the Hawks can make a little run here. Harrison plays catch with Quinterly. Now back to Harrison. Quinterly on the right wing. Fakes, gets into the paint. Jumper from 10. Right side of the iron, no. Ball tipped out of bounds. Touched last by Blackston of the Mountaineers, Iowa basketball.
The Hawks have really taken away Quinterly in terms of her offensive game. You know, her shooting three-point shots and sort of off-balance jumpers, that's not her game, and the Hawks need to continue that.
Hawks get it into the front court against the pressure. Clark in between the circles. Now high post area for Stalkey. Hannah turns to face and then has the ball swatted away, but gathers it. Goes into the paint. Kicks it back out to Marshall. Fires a three-pointer. Gabby rolled around. No, but a Falter there for the rebound and put back.
There she is, right when you need her. Sydney Falter sneaking in there for the layup.
33-26, Hawkeyes, timeout, West Virginia.
Feeling like there could be some momentum here to crack this thing open. The Hawks, of course, will want to, West Virginia is not going to stop on that defensive end, swatting and batting, so they'll want to keep control of that.
6:38 left to go in the third. Iowa 33, West Virginia 26. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive, with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hannah Stalkey with 7 rebounds, and even more important, she has kept balls alive, just tipping them back out, has been very active underneath. And it's been difficult to get any good looks in the paint for the Hawkeyes. And here in the third quarter, we've got a Caitlin Clark 3 from the left wing, and then the short jumper by Clark in the paint, and then Sydney Falters rebound and putback. But the same thing for West Virginia. They've got a three-pointer. Or make that just a 2-point basket, or 3-point basket by Blackston. And that came underneath, so it has been tough sledding on both sides so far.
It's all about the defense, unsurprisingly, and both teams are just aggressive and getting in each other's grills and passing lanes, making it hard.
33-26. Hawks with the lead after the Mountaineers timeout. It'll be West Virginia basketball with 6:38 left to go in the third. Hawks in a 2-3 zone. Here's Harrison on the right wing to Fields. Tried to get it inside. Ball tapped in the air, but gathered by Quinterly. Now to Harrison. She's yet to score. Averages 13.9. Did have 2 fouls in the first half. Now in the corner, three-pointer. Blackston is up and no good. Missed that one right in front of the West Virginia bench. Clark with the rebound into the front court. Whips a pass to a Falter for 3, left wing. Rimming no. And Stalky comes up with another rebound. Tries to break through a double team. Does so. Gets it back out to Clark for 3. Woo! Swish! Left to the top of the key.
We're moving now, folks.
But credit Stalky.
Of course. Not only is Stokey grabbing those rebounds, but she's being smart about it, getting it out to the guards, resetting. Hawks by 10. Their big lead of the ball game. Blackston for 3 straight away, no. Marshall tips the ball. Clark tips it. A Falters run over. Marshall gets it to Clark in the front court. Now inside Stalky. She's shoved. And finally a whistle on Blackston, her third. Wow. More players on the floor than were on their feet. Like dominoes, just starting at the half court, they just went down.
Hemingway comes in for the Mountaineers, as does Tirza Moore, 6-foot junior, transfer from Oral Roberts. Had a bucket in the first half. Iowa basketball along the baseline. Feuerbach in for the Hawkeyes. Clark, one-handed pass to Martin, free throw line extended right. Bounce pass inside, Stalky. Goes up with the left hand, no, but a foul on Moore.
And again, we talk about them getting in the passing lane. That started with a beautiful bounce pass, led Hannah to the left side where she could spin around and draw that foul.
So 2 shots for Hannah Stalky. 8-0 run for the Hawkeyes, the last 2:23. West Virginia has not scored the last 2 minutes and 44 seconds. Stalky's free throw, good. She has 8. That's her first point in the quarter. Hawks by 11. Second one, perfect.
So 9 points and 8 rebounds for Hannah Stokey. Big time stats.
Hawks by 12. 5:12 left to go in the third. West Virginia, Quinterly tried to make a move. Has the ball swiped away by Clark on the right wing. Caitlin into the front court. Kicks it back out to Kate Martin. Fakes a 3 and just got into too big of a rush to put the ball on the floor, and it's called for traveling.
Yep, shuffled that foot when she ball faked, and they'll get it back on D.
Harrison to Watson. Swings the ball to Hemingway. Now Watson in between the circles against the zone defense. Hemingway pushes it right side. Quinterly for 3. Knocked it down from the right wing. She had 29 against Princeton. Played all 40 minutes. Down court pass to Feuerbach. Hawks by 9 with the basketball. Bounce pass to Clark, right at the top of the key. Quinterly comes out on her. Fakes left, goes right toward the right block, goes up, and has the ball knocked away and out of bounds. It'll be Iowa basketball along the baseline as we have a timeout on the court. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is responsible for our community being home to countless amateur sporting events and state tournaments. From state volleyball, wrestling, tennis, and much more, the Sports Commission generates significant economic impact while adding substantially to our quality of life. The Iowa City Area Sports Commission is a proud presenting sponsor of UI Women's Athletics. Learn more at wegotnext.org. 4:31 left to go in the third. Timeout on the floor here at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Iowa 38, West Virginia 29. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa athletic programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the ParityFlex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus. Hey Hawkeyes, while you're hard at work in class or on the court, there's a team behind the scenes making sure that the power keeps going, the water keeps flowing, and the temps inside are just right. Introducing the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative. The collaborative is a public-private partnership between UI, NG, and Meridium. It delivers the funds UI needs to drive our academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Check it out at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Fasten your seatbelts, Iowa fans. It's postseason time. After a spectacular season, the women's basketball team is racing faster than a Honda Accord into the postseason, with their eyes on a thrilling drive to the finish. From your Central Midwest Honda dealers, go Hawkeyes!
Hawks with a good start to the third quarter after both teams really struggled to score in quarter number 2 as West Virginia scored 9 points. The Hawkeyes just 6. But now Clark has 19, including 8 in the half. Sydney Falter a bucket, and Hannah Stalkey has a couple of free throws and is very close to a double-double with 9 points and 8 rebounds. Falter back in. The Hawks get it in along the baseline. Stalkey hands it to Clark, whips a pass to Martin along the baseline. She couldn't come up with it, saved it from going out of bounds, but dug up by West Virginia, who gets the ball in deep that time, and Hemingway goes up and scores with a left-handed layup. Hemingway with 7 off the bench, and the lead is cut to 7 as we approach 7 minutes to go. We'll make that 4 minutes to go, and now an offensive foul. The push-off is going to be called on Sydney Falter. That's her second. Harrison across the timeline. We are under 4, third quarter. Hawks by 7. West Virginia with the basketball, working it around the outer arc. Now Harrison drives. The floater is up and no good off the window. And a Hawkeye foul. Marshall's second. And it'll be 2 free throws for the scoreless Jordan Harrison.
Yeah, she normally averages 13, almost 14 points a game. Hasn't done much offensively today.
That's her first point as she rattles in the free throw. Had 15 against Princeton. But you can see the quickness and the explosion off the dribble. Second one in the air, long, and a Falter with the rebound. Gets it ahead to Kate Martin on the left side. Kate tries a bounce pass, telegraphed that time. She stared down Hannah Stolke, and it goes off the foot of West Virginia. Another kick. A lot of kicks tonight.
So many kicks.
23 on the shot clock, 3:40 on the game clock, third quarter. Clark looks inside, gets it to Martin, spins, fadeaway jumper, rolls off the right side of the rim. Kate with just 2 points.
Yeah, quiet tonight. I love that move. It just didn't quite fall for her.
Hawks by 6. West Virginia on a 6-0 run. Quinterly gets it back from Hemingway. Now Harrison on the right wing. Cross court to Quinterly. She'll fire a three-pointer left side and swishes this one. Well, you really got to get out and defend her now.
And the Hawks may want to consider going back into that triangle, too, that worked so well in the first half.
One possession game, 38-35. Clark in between the circles to Marshall. Now Stolke on the right wing. Takes a couple of dribbles with her left hand. Now goes right side toward the baseline. Lost control of the ball as it was knocked away by Watson and out of bounds. Hawks will have it. A 9-0 run now by West Virginia. To pull to within 3. Martin to Clark, get a whistle away from the ball. And Hannah Stolke will pick up her first.
So this is where the Hawks want to sort of, you talked about it in the beginning, the ebbs and flows of the game. They've got to tamp down this sort of flow that West Virginia's in.
Quinterly goes baseline, lost control of it. Moore digs it up. Her shot in the paint, no good, too strong off the window. Stolke, her 10th rebound. Clark across the timeline, and a reach will be called on Watson. Hawkeyes have turned it over 4 times in the last 2:46. We'll see what happens here. And now that'll put the Hawkeyes in the bonus. 5th team foul on West Virginia in the third quarter with 2:29 left to go. So Clark's first is good. Caitlin with 20. Now she's 9 points away from Kelsey Plum's single season scoring record. Second one, good. Hawks by 5. 2:27 left to go in the third. Harrison across the timeline. Gets the ball to Watson, and she fires a three-pointer from the right wing and drills it. She's been quiet, has 10. Clark across the timeline. Hawks by 2. Clark spins left wing, now goes toward the baseline, and she's double teamed and then lost control of the ball. Dug up by Harrison. Harrison in transition goes down the left side of the lane, drops it off for Quinterly. Wild right-handed layup, no, and the ball knocked out of bounds. Touched last by Harrison of West Virginia. They had numbers.
Yeah, and you can see too, they kind of offensively West Virginia kind of botched it there, but you can see why Harrison and Quinterly are all Big 12, all defensive players. They just get in the mix, get swats and taps and all that sort of stuff.
This is a team that really could have been seeded much better. They had a 13-game winning streak and then a 7-game winning streak in Big 12 play, but then lost 3 in a row late February. Martin across the timeline. Ball touched by Hemingway, but Clark was able to receive the pass. Caitlin angles to the right side. Step back 3, right wing, rimming, no. Rebound, Martin, put back, count it, off the window, and she's fouled.
Kate Martin, the muscles, the intensity. She's been quiet, but again, she steps up when she needs to.
A huge board and put back, and Martin got the roll. That's the third on Watson. Kate will get 1 to try to give the Hawkeyes a 5-point advantage with 1:25 left to go in the third, and she does. Hey, this is the time of sees it in ball game where Kate comes alive.
Oh, yeah.
Coming off of 15 and 14 against Holy Cross. Here's Watson, swings the ball left side. Hemingway, three, rimming no. Ball tapped around. Martin gets it to Clark with 1:02 left to go in the quarter. Caitlin tried to get a pass down court to Stalky. It's batted away by Watson and out of bounds. Boy, there's just no windows there.
There is nothing. And I'm just curious, like in the whole span of the game, how many minutes has been added on with all these taps and the dead balls?
Inside Stalky on the left block. Receives the pass. Now goes out to the wing. Hands it off to Clark. McCabe into the game. Caitlin tries to turn the corner. Fakes, gets into the paint, goes up and finishes with the runner. And she's fouled.
Love this. Love her attacking the hoop, drawing the foul, getting the crowd into it. These are big plays.
Hemingway with the reach. That's her second. Clark at the line. Try to complete the three-point play. O'Grady for Stalky with 49.4 left to go in the third. Clark can give the Hawkeyes an 8-point lead. Ball is in the air, rimming and rolls around and drops in. 46-38. Hawkeyes on top. West Virginia with the basketball. Here's Hemingway on the left wing. Watson in between the circles. They play catch. Hemingway puts it on the floor. Now back to Watson. Fought about a three. Gets it into Moore outside the paint. Ball tipped by Clark. And then it comes right back to Caitlin. Fakes a three. On the right wing, Caitlin will pull it back out. The Hawkeyes can hold for the final shot. Good decision.
I was just going to say, I love that she made that decision to just pull it out, use some of the clock.
Caitlin with that right-handed dribble out near the timeline. Goes between her legs. Now angles right side, pulls back left, now right. Fakes a three, whips it to Kate Martin on the left side. Kate goes up with a three and is fouled by Watson. Will get 3 free throws. I think she was going to block it and then fell into Kate.
Yeah. And I mean, Kate Martin was just launching it up in desperation. I don't think there was any thought that she was even going to
1 second left on the clock.
Exactly. So just a bad play there by West Virginia, and they keep kind of talking to the refs.
Fields back for West Virginia. Martin will get 3. Iowa 46. West Virginia 38 with 1 second remaining in the third quarter. Martin is 1 for 1 at the line this evening. And now 2 for 2. Kate's second, perfect. All net. And now she can give the Hawkeyes a 9-0 run the last 124. And this one rolls around, no good. And the rebound by Moore to end the quarter. But Iowa ends it on an 8-0 run the last minute 24. West Virginia did not score the last 2 minutes and 14 seconds of quarter number 3. You can earn $250 when you open an eligible checking account at the Tiffin branch or online. Get rewarded for banking with FSB. Visit myfsbonline.com for complete details. Subject to approval, minimum $50 deposit, requires e-statements and direct deposit. Member FDIC. Well, here we go to the fourth quarter. A trip to the Sweet 16 on the line. Iowa 48, West Virginia 38. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oaknall is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Around here, Jack Frost nips more than just your nose. That's why the Midwest gets Honda. Dependable, all-wheel drive, with heated steering wheel and seats to keep Jack Frost off your seat, which will make it very happy. And since it's no fun to gas up in this weather, isn't it cool that Honda has such legendary fuel efficiency? New Hondas are arriving, but so is Mr. Frost, so see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga, breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
Now the Hawkeyes got some offense going there in the third quarter against a very, very good defensive team, which you knew coming in, as West Virginia leads the nation in turnover margin at plus 8.8, and they force almost 24 turnovers a game and average 14 steals a game. So that shows you how difficult it is to score against a team that only gives up 57 points a game. The Hawkeyes have 48, and West Virginia only has 38. Tiffany, Iowa has only 4 players that have scored tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's back and forth, but when you step back and look, you've got Sida Falter, Kate Martin, and Caitlin Clark, and then Hannah Stokey. But what I like here in the third quarter that the Hawkeyes did is they attacked, and you've got Blackston on the bench with 4 fouls. You've got Watson on the bench with 4 fouls. So you'd said this a couple games ago. Sometimes the best offense is just getting players in foul trouble and getting them on the bench. The Hawkeyes are doing that really well right now. Driving when they need to, shooting the threes when they need to. They need to continue to bring this energy into the fourth quarter.
Well, the Hawkeyes have been doing some damage in the paint by the drive and by the pass. Most of their field goals, outside of 2 Caitlin Clark threes in the quarter, came from right around the basket. And that certainly led to a couple of 3-point traditional plays, as Clark is now up to 24 points, but she's the only player that has knocked down a 3-pointer for Iowa. She's 5 of 11. Iowa 5 of 18 from deep as a team.
Yeah, that's kind of a rarity. We usually see Gabby Marshall or Taylor McCabe's even seen a couple minutes. We usually see one of them kind of step up. But again, the defense, right, kind of changes the game. You got to do what you got to do to get points on the board.
Sign of a really good team is to be able to play different styles and still hang in there and have an opportunity, as Iowa has a 10-point advantage as we get set for the fourth quarter. Iowa did shoot 46.2% in the third, 6 of 13, 5 of 13 for West Virginia in the quarter, 38.5%. But Iowa at the free throw line, 8 of 10.
That's been a huge sort of X factor as well. It's just making those free throws.
And that was just in the quarter, 11 of 13 overall. West Virginia's only shot 4 free throws.
Yeah.
But the Hawkeyes have played a triangle and 2 and a 2-3 zone defense.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. I'm super impressed with both the zone and triangle 2, but the triangle 2 really seems to fluster West Virginia.
Iowa basketball up 10. Start of the fourth quarter. A falter at midcourt, and immediately the ball knocked out of bounds by Quinterly. Trying to get the possession arrow fixed. It's Iowa basketball, and they need to switch the possession arrow. So a Falter will throw it in. Just left of the timeline. Does so to Kate Martin in the backcourt. Kate against Hemingway. Spins on the left wing. Now gets it to a Falter. Drops a pass inside to Clark. She has it blocked as she made a nice cut to the basket, but blocked from behind. Here's Harrison. Goes toward the baseline underneath the hoop. Comes out the right side for West Virginia. Now to Quarterly. Gets a cross-court pass barely to Fields. Now inside Moore. Goes to work. Shot off the window is good. Foul on Hannah Stokey. That'll be 2 on her. Moore gets her second hoop. Tirza Moore, transfer from Oral Roberts, 6-foot junior. Backup post player. Made a nice move to the basket. Can cut the lead to 7. Wild left-handed shot is no good from the free throw line. Iowa maintains that 8-point advantage. Clark across the timeline on the right side. Being defended by Hemingway. Goes toward the baseline. Bounce past Marshall in the paint. And she'll back up. Hawks will reset. Now Martin. Lob pass into Stokey along the baseline. Couldn't come up with it. Stuck that right hand up there. Went off her fingertips and out of bounds.
Just a little too much power on that pass. Hawks want to get a stop here. To kind of maintain their lead, keep it clean.
Up by 8, 1 minute into the fourth quarter. Harrison, one-hand pass to Fields on the right wing. Now to Hemingway at the top of the key. Takes a couple dribbles toward the basket. Pulls it up on the left side. Now Quinterly fakes, goes down the right side of the paint. Shot blocked by Stokey, and the ball goes out of bounds, but touched last by Gabby Marshall. But only 4 seconds on the shot clock for West Virginia.
Yeah, and what you see again, back in the triangle too, and so on that play, Gabby was on Quinterly. She drove into the lane. Gabby stayed on her as Hannah Stokey was able to step up and almost get a block if she didn't get the credit for it.
So Harrison will throw it in along the baseline. Hawks need to play defense for 4 seconds. Inside to Watson for 3 and drills it from the left wing. Huge three-pointer for West Virginia. 48-43. Here's Clark. Gets a Stokey screen to the right wing. Now back to Sydney Falter. She puts the ball on the floor on the right side. Holds the ball high. Bounce pass to Martin. Still outside the arc with 5 to shoot. Here's Clark. Gonna have to make a move with 4. Gets a three-pointer in the air, short, and the ball tapped away by Harrison, and she gathers it. In transition down the left side. Goes up and scores, but a charge taken by Gabby Marshall.
Great defensive play by Gabby Marshall.
Huge play.
Yeah. That could have gone the other way and really tightened this game up. Gabby has been absolutely in the zone on defense tonight.
As she usually is. Quinterly with 3. Stokey is bumped by Hemingway out near the Hawkeye logo. That's her 3rd. West Virginia, not a deep team, and that's already their 2nd foul here in the quarter with 8:02 left to go. Hawks by 5. Martin with the basketball in between the circles. Now Gabby Marshall, free throw line extended right. Looks inside, and a whistle away from the ball. And Hemingway with another hold. That's 4 on her. But more importantly, the 3rd team foul already.
Yeah, just a couple minutes into the fourth quarter. And Hemingway is probably, aside from Quinterly and Harrison, probably the 3rd best defender on the team. So it's good she's grabbing a seat here.
Clark will throw it in along the baseline. Hawks in a box set. Bounce pass to Marshall. One-handed pass to a Falter in between the circles. Clark comes off a screen. Harrison out on her right wing. Clark, top of the key, spins. Gets the ball into the corner. Gabby Marshall for 3. No good. Weak side rebound. Hustled down by Watson. She's doubled and knocks it off of Stolke, and out of bounds. West Virginia basketball. Now Marshall had a pretty good look.
Yep.
Deep in the right corner. Kylie Feuerbach comes in for Kate Martin, who had 5 points in the third quarter. 48-43. Hawks on top. 7:37 left to go. Fourth quarter. Feuerbach will greet Harrison. West Virginia moves it around the arc. Left side, Fields for three. Almost an air ball. Just skipped off the left side of the rim. Clark the rebound. Down court pass. Stolke grabs it, goes up, and is hammered by Fields.
It's a great pass by Caitlin Clark. Made my heart race just a bit because they have been getting their hands on that.
But Hannah can go up and get it.
I was just going to say, of course, Hannah is just in that zone tonight where she is those sticky hands like glue, getting the ball and going up strong.
9 points and 9 rebounds for Hannah Stolke at the free throw line. The first one is no good. A little bit strong off the back of the bracket. That's her first miss at the line tonight. Second one in the air, no good. Feuerbach tipped the ball and saved it almost from going out of bounds, but stepped on the baseline. West Virginia basketball. 48-43. Hawks on top. Mountaineers with the basketball. 7 minutes left to go. Here's Watson in between the circles. Clark comes out on her. Now Fields left side. Fields gets it back from Watson and fires a three-pointer. No good. That one really not even close.
Yeah, she's 0 for 6. We need to keep letting her shoot.
Hawks get the rebound, bring it into the front court. A Falter looks inside, gets it to Stolke, but outside the paint. She pivots. Now to Feuerbach in the corner right wing. Kylie drives baseline and tried to get a pass across to a Falter, and it's knocked out of bounds by West Virginia. It'll be Iowa basketball along the baseline with 9 to shoot. 48-43 Iowa. Clark will throw it in. Just to the right of the hoop. Both teams on a scoring drought here. Clark gets it back from a Falter in between the circles. Caitlin against Hemingway. Step back three. It's an air ball. Stolke got a hand on it. Watson digs it up. Down court. Hemingway gets into the paint. Turns. Goes up. Has the ball knocked away and out of bounds. And it will be West Virginia that will keep possession. 48-43, 6:12 left to go. Mountaineers have not scored for 2:31. Harrison gets it in to Watson, driving toward the basket. Layup no, but Harrison gets the rebound and then has it knocked away by Sina Falter. Martin back and O'Grady in for the Hawkeyes. So Harrison will throw it in. Hawks still maintain that 48-43 lead. 6:07 left to go in the fourth.
It's like Caitlin Clark maybe has a little blood on her, little cut on her knee that they're taping up.
Okay, they'll get her back in the game.
You know, she's not sitting down right now.
Oh, no. Harrison has the ball. Looks inside. Now fires it into the corner. Quinterly for three. That's an air ball. But then the rebound and putback is up and good by Harrison.
Those are tough boards to grab in a zone, an air ball.
48-45. Hawkeye lead. Now only 3. Here's O'Grady at the top of the key. Takes one dribble. Now hands to Clark. And she'll fire a three-pointer. Back iron, no. Rebound taken down by Hemingway. Here's Quinterly across the timeline. 5:30 left to go. Fields almost lost the ball. Now gets it to Hemingway. And West Virginia will set things up. Can tie it with a 3. And they'll get a Hemingway open 3 left wing, and she drills it wide open. We're tied at 48. And the Hawks will talk things over. Timeout. Taken by Iowa with 5:07 left to go. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women here in the United States, and you need expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. UI Heart and Vascular Center has advanced trained cardiologists that use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC. 5 minutes, 7 seconds left to go in the fourth. Iowa 48, West Virginia 48. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus. A public-private partnership between the University of Iowa, ENGIE, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Postseason coverage on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Your Central Midwest Honda dealers invite you to enjoy a thrilling ride. Whether it's behind the wheel of a fun-to-drive Honda sedan or behind the bench watching our Hawkeye women's basketball team powering to the playoffs, it's game on. Go Hawkeyes!
Well, the Hawkeyes had a double-digit lead that has now expired with 5:07 left to go in the fourth quarter. Iowa and West Virginia tied at 48. And Tiffany, the Iowa offense is going to have to generate some points here.
Yeah, I mean, they have not scored here in the fourth quarter and just kind of stagnant on offense. And, you know, the other thing is, while we're playing the triangle too, you cannot leave players uncontested. You know, Hemingway had a wide, I mean, she's 3 for 13. She's not a great three-point shooter, but she was wide open,
but
uncontested.
Capable.
Yeah.
Yep. You kind of look at West Virginia as a team, 32-5 from 3. You know, Quinterly at 33%, Harrison at 32, Fields at 32, though she's missed some tonight. Hemingway at 30%. But the one thing is, they're not afraid to take them.
No.
Even if they're 0 for 5 or 1 for 6.
Exactly. And all it takes in a game like this is, it doesn't matter if the person's 1 of 15 or 2 of 17. If they make it at the right time, that's all that really matters.
Hawkeyes have led for 27 minutes and 42 seconds. West Virginia for 4:51. The Hawkeyes had a big lead in the third quarter of 12. We're tied at 48 after the Iowa timeout. Fulter gets it in to Kate Martin. Starting 5 on the floor for Iowa. Martin against Hemingway. Angles left side. Now high post area to Stalkey. Now right side Clark. Inside Stalkey, one dribble. Back out of Fulter. Drives down the left side of the lane. Hard take, and she's fouled.
I love that Cynthia Fulter is making something happen. Again, just kind of a stagnant offense right now. And she's saying, I'm going to dribble that ball, one dribble in for a layup. Getting up slowly, but I think she's okay.
So that's 4 fouls on Quinterly. And Iowa is now in the bonus with 4:46 left to go.
Yeah, that's huge. And when you look at West Virginia, you've got Hemingway with 4, Quinterly with 4, Blackston's on the bench with 4. They need to keep attacking West Virginia.
And the Hawks go up by 1. Falter makes the first. This could be point number 50 for Iowa in the air. Got it. Sydney with 10. 4:45 left to go. You can hear the crowd. Iowa by 2. Harrison with the basketball. Gets it to Moore at the elbow. Now Hemingway on the left side brings it to the free throw line. Now right side, Watson tries to make a move along the baseline, flips it into Moore. Shot no good as it hung precariously on the rim. And the Hawkeyes hustle down the rebound with Kate Martin. Gets it to Clark.
Big play by Kate Martin right there, securing the board.
Clark to the rim. Shot no good. Just could not get the layup to go in traffic. And the ball knocked out of bounds. Touched last by the Mountaineers.
And definitely another example of Hannah Stolke skying in the air, doing whatever she can to get the ball.
Clark looks inside. Bounce pass right wing to Kate Martin. We approach 4 left to go. Iowa by 2. Kate at the free throw line goes up. Shot no. Ball tapped around. And Quinterly and Stolke connect. And Hannah Stolke will pick up the foul. Going after the rebound. That's her 3rd. Kate got into the paint, tried one of those step-through moves, but
I love those
boy,
moves.
no space there.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, and not a good angle to try to get a shot off the backboard.
Hawks by 2, we're under 4. Harrison, left side. A falter on her. Now gets it in the corner. Hemingway for 3, rimming no. More rebound, and it's slapped away by a falter and out of bounds. It will stay with the Mountaineers with 3:44 left to go. Hawks on top by 2. And timeout taken by West Virginia as Harrison was having some difficulty getting the basketball in. So West Virginia will talk things over, as will the Hawkeyes. And this will be an extended timeout. Let's pause. 10 seconds for station identification. You are listening to Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball. So now just a 30-second timeout. 3:44 left to go. Iowa 50, West Virginia 48. It will be West Virginia basketball along the baseline. Still only 4 players have scored for the Hawkeyes. 6 for the Mountaineers. Hemingway looks, finally gets it into Moore. She goes up and scores on the right block against Stolke. Tied at 50. A falter in the backcourt. Brings it across the timeline. Against Harrison. Not an easy task.
No, they're playing back to that sort of sticky defense.
Now Clark comes out to greet the ball. Watson on her. Here's Caitlin. Pulls up 10 feet away, whips a pass to Marshall. Now Clark gets it back, drives the paint. Shot is up and no good, but a foul will be called on Moore as Clark took it right to the rim and challenged her.
Again, just smart plays here, getting to the free throw line, but also getting a breather, right? I can imagine how tired everybody is out on the court.
So Clark at the line, free throw good. 25 for Clark. Falter also in double figures, and the second one rolls in, and Iowa grabs that 2-point advantage again with 3:05 left to go in regulation. Here's Harrison, left wing, and she tries to drive toward the paint, and a foul is going to be called on Gabby Marshall, her third. Harrison only at 5'6", Quinterly at 5'8", but boy, have some outstanding quickness.
Yeah, they're a dangerous duo for sure.
So Harrison will throw it in along the baseline. Hawks by 2. Quinterly drives baseline, goes up, layup good with the right hand on the left side, just went right by Marshall.
Yeah, that is what she's best at, and Hannah Stolke just wasn't quite down low to step up and be big.
Tied at 52. Here's Clark down the left side. Shot off the window is no good. Contested by Harrison, and West Virginia basketball.
Hawks got to get a defensive stop here. Plenty of time, but not a lot of time.
Here's Moore at the elbow. Kicks it left side, Hemingway. Now back to Harrison. West Virginia in no hurry. Set play called by Mark Kellogg. Here's Harrison. Gets it to Quinterly. Her three is blocked by Marshall. Shades of the Big Ten tournament.
None other than Gabby Marshall.
Here's a falter. Free throw line. Lane. Left-handed layup. Window. Count it. And she's fouled. Hawks by 2.
What a dog. What a dog. This is what she does best. Gabby Marshall with the block on defense. Sydney Falter converting to the power play.
That's Watson's fourth. So now 3 players, Quinterly, Watson, and Hemingway with 4 fouls. A Falter with 12 will get a free throw to try to give the Hawkeyes a 3-point lead with 2:03 left to go. Ball is in the air. Swish.
Perfection. 5 for 5 from Sydney Falter behind that free throw line tonight.
Harrison walks it across the timeline. Iowa by 3. We're under 2. Quinterly, left wing. Harrison in between the circles. Hemingway right side. Back to Harrison. Now in the paint to Watson. Back to Hemingway. Fakes a 3. Takes a 3. Rimming no. Clark, weak side rebound. And now Caitlin will take her time, walk it across the timeline. Boy, that looked good for a long time.
It did.
Here's Clark, free throw line, paint, bounce pass, Stolke, left-handed layup, no, gets her own rebound, and then has it taken away, and the ball goes out of bounds, touched last by Harrison. Oh boy, a point-blank layup. And now they'll take a look at it. The call on the court is it went off West Virginia, but we're under 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Happened kind of right in front of us, so I didn't get a good look. I don't think you did either, but I'm sure Hannah Stolke right now is kind of bummed about missing the layup.
Hawkeyes by 3 with 1:18 left to go. That would have been a huge bucket to go up by 5. Make it a 2-possession game, but
you cannot dwell on that at this point.
Hannah's done so many good things tonight with 9 points and 10 rebounds. And the call on the court is Iowa basketball on the sideline. But 2 of the officials over taking a look at the video replay. 55-52 Iowa off a huge 3-point play by Sydney Falter, who has 13.
And again, Gabby Marshall's lock on a 3-point shot. You just don't see that often, and we've seen it now twice. Just really an incredible display of athleticism.
Taking a look at the replay, it looks like it went off of Harrison. She touched it last in the paint. And that's the call on the court, so you would think that they would go with that. Hannah Stolke did get a right hand on it, but at best indisputable. Officials are still reviewing it. West Virginia players came back out on the court, but now told to go back to the bench. So this is an extra timeout for both teams.
Yeah, in a game like this, you know, it's like
Iowa basketball.
Iowa basketball. There we go. It's hard to say if you want these extra breaks when they review it or you just want to keep going. You know, it just kind of probably depends on the player.
So 55-52. Hawkeyes on top with 1:18 left to go. 18 on the shot clock. Hawkeyes will have it along the sideline. A falter. Will throw it in. Bounce pass to Kate Martin. Kate in between the circles. Now a falter. Free throw line extended right. Goes toward the baseline in the short corner. Now pulls up her dribble. Bounce pass inside Stalky. And a foul on Quinterly.
She's out.
Going after the steal. That's 5.
Yep, she's out. That was actually a pass initially made me a little bit nervous by Sydney Falter, but she got just the right angle that Quinterly wrapped, kind of almost hooked Hannah. Not a good matchup there, Quinterly and Hannah Stolke.
And she will sit down with 15. And that'll get Blackston off the bench again. 6'3" senior, transfer from Colorado. He's played in 5 NCAA tournament games. So Stalky at the line, 3 out of 5. Made her first 3, missed her last 2. First one is in the air, got it.
Big free throw.
And that's a double-double. And that gives the Hawkeyes a 2-possession lead at 56-52. Second one, no good, strong. Rebound in the paint taken by Watson of West Virginia. 1 minute. Harrison in between the circles. Hawks by 4. Harrison down the right side, scoop shot, window too strong. Stalky the rebound, hands it off to Clark. Caitlin in the backcourt. Spins away and then almost stolen by Harrison, but a foul is going to be called.
And as Caitlin goes to the free throw line, you got to give another shout out to Gabby Marshall on her defense on Harrison down there. Just really did not allow her to create anything for herself. Ended up throwing up just a prayer.
And not too far away from a steal. Harrison got a lot of ball on that one. So 2 free throws for Clark. First one in the air, got it. 27, and it's 57-52. Second one, perfect.
So the Hawks will want to play smart defense.
On top by 6. Harrison in between the circles will fire a 3 left to the top of the key. Rimming no. Martin grabs the rebound in the paint and a whistle. Stalky down, now up. Moore picks up the foul. And the two teams will walk the length of the court. And the officials will go take a look at that last foul. So we'll see what happened underneath the basket as Moore picked up the foul. 58-52. And Moore, just kind of her momentum underneath the basket went into Hannah Stolke. .60 run for the Hawkeyes. 129 So Tirza Moore picked up the foul underneath on the rebound. I think they're just taking a look to see if it's excessive. 58-52 with 34 seconds left to go. As hard fought as the Georgia game was in the second round last year,
oh yeah,
this is matched.
Definitely.
West Virginia has not scored for the last 2:21. But the Hawks with some breathing room on a 6-0 run. Officials have finished looking at the play and now discussing things at midcourt. Coach Bluter getting an explanation. So nothing excessive. Common foul. And Hannah Stalkey at the free throw line. Hannah 4 for 7. 58-52 Iowa. 34 seconds left to go. Stalkey's first swish. Perfect release.
Yeah, and I like that she's in this sort of pressure but not full pressure situation. I think she's going to find herself at the free throw line a lot towards the ends of these games.
Second one rolls in. Hannah with 12, and it's 60-52. 30 seconds left to go. Here's Harrison racing down the right side, lost the ball, picked it up, and the Hawkeyes converge on her, and a foul will be called.
I think the seniors are just drawing out their time on this court. Just trying to stay.
Well, I wouldn't recommend that. A falter, her third. Ball possession for West Virginia, so no damage there. They get it inside to Moore off the inbounds play, and she scores off the window. And Iowa quickly calls timeout. Now a 6-point game, 60-54. Well-designed play by West Virginia.
Yeah, for sure. Quick, high-percentage shot in the lane.
Coverage of the NCAA tournament right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers. Your local Central Midwest Honda dealers invite you to enjoy a thrilling ride, whether you're behind the wheel of a fun-to-drive Honda sedan or behind the bench watching our Hawkeye women's basketball team continue in the tournament. It's game on, and go Hawks. Now the Hawks have been going here in the fourth quarter. Lead it by 6 at 60-54 with 23.5 left to go. Hawks will inbounds the ball on the sideline right by the bench. And we'll put 4 players, stack them right next to one another at the top of the key. Shot clock is off with 23.5. Martin gets it to Clark, and she's at the timeline, and a quick whistle on West Virginia. And that will send Caitlin to the free throw line. And Harrison has now fouled out of the game with just 3 points.
Yeah. Kudos to the Hawks for really
averages almost 14.
Yeah, shutting her down tonight.
She had 15 Saturday against Princeton. So Clark at the line. Good. Hawks by 7. And now Caitlin Clark has broken Kelsey Plum's single-season scoring record at the free throw line.
There we go. She's done that a couple of times this year. I didn't know there was any more records for her to break.
Always one out there, right? Clark now with 30 after going 2 for 2 at the free throw line. And a 30-second timeout taken by West Virginia with 21.3 left to go. Hawks 62, Mountaineers 54. The winner gets the Colorado Buffaloes. I think we did that last year.
Exactly. You guys played in Seattle? Was that where they played?
Yep, against Colorado in the Sweet 16.
Now we're on the other side of the country.
Well, we're 21 seconds away from it.
Yes. We're likely going to be playing on the other side.
62-54. West Virginia with the basketball. They will inbounds along the sideline. Fields has it. Stalkey defending the ball. Into Hemingway, the top of the key. Now left side, Watson for 3. Back iron, no. Martin the rebound. Quickly gets it off to Caitlin Clark, who will bring it into the front court. And West Virginia will foul one more time with more. Clark back to the line. Hawks are going to win it. 62-54 with 7.5 left to go. And Caitlin soaking this in at midcourt. Gave a little clap to the Mountaineer bench.
Oh yeah, she's got to rub that in. But you have to remember, this is their last seconds playing on this court. What a special moment for these seniors. Caitlin Clark, Kate Martin, Gabby Marshall. It's been an intense game.
As we expected. Clark's first climbed over the front of the rim and dropped in. Second one, perfect. 64-54, 5 seconds. Three-pointer Fields left side. There it is.
Got it.
Well, there's just never been any reason to not head east to the Sweet 16 in Albany, New York. The Hawks back in the Sweet 16.
Feels so great to win a game like this on your home court. Hard-fought win. Kudos. I mean, it's great to be a Hawkeye. And again, just soaking in this moment. The last time we will see Caitlin Clark on this court, Kate Martin, Gabby Marshall. I might start tearing up here.
64-54. The Hawkeyes over the Mountaineers and will play in the Sweet 16 on Saturday. These can sometimes be the toughest games. But the Hawkeyes prevailed with an outstanding fourth quarter. After West Virginia scored the first 10 points of the fourth quarter to tie the game up at 48. It was all Hawkeyes after that. And a big hand for the seniors that you mentioned. This was hard fought, as Iowa still only had 4 players score the entire ball game. But this was a defensive type of struggle tonight.
It really was. Again, remember the Hawkeyes average 90-plus points per game, sitting here at 64. Quite a contrast.
And we're here with one of the stars of the ball game tonight. Sydney Falter ended up with 13 points and had that huge three-point play. Sydney, and as you well know, this was coming down to the wire. Points were tough. Just walk me through that drive to the hoop.
I think they were really up pressuring us and throwing a lot of hands in our space for sure. So that's the best time to drive, and I know I'm a great driver, so I really just took it at her, and I was glad to make that and one.
Just describe the atmosphere of this game? I mean, this was a hard-fought, great defense on both sides. Just how hard it was to try to get anything open offensively.
Yeah, I think it was a super gritty game. You know, we usually score a little bit more points than this, but I think we played great defense and executed down the stretch really well. And they went on their runs and we went on ours. And, you know, it's a game of runs and we really maximized on ours. And I'm super proud of every single girl that came out here, on or off the bench. Everyone contributed today, so I'm super proud of this team.
You talk about those runs, and you knew that was going to certainly take place. You had a tough second-round game last year against Georgia, but what's kind of the calming effect out there when they go on a 10-0 run and you answer? What's kind of makes things calm that you can come back and not get tight when it was 48-48?
Yeah, I think there was a couple games in the season where we let teams come back in the fourth quarter for sure, and we came together, and that's awesome.
That is. They'll be out here for a while, I think.
Yeah, probably. They should probably sleep over. But we just have a saying called drive through the smoke, and we just stay together, and we know that we're in control of the game as long as we stay together, so that's what we did.
Well, you'll remember this atmosphere tonight, and didn't want it to end tonight, right? Got to keep pushing forward. How about getting back to the Sweet 16 and heading out east?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. I'm going to cry. Yeah, it's awesome. Every win in March is so big, and we're so glad to still be playing with the other 15 teams, and we're excited to get to Albany.
Well, you were big tonight, Sid.
You.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sydney Falter, one of our stars of the game, as Player of the Game interview is presented by Gainbridge. Women of all ages need to think about their long-term financial goals. Gainbridge Parity Flex product is designed to allow women to begin building their financial future now. Learn more at Gainbridge.io. Hawks still out at midcourt as the celebration continues. And it'll be just like the Big Ten tournament as the Hawks will be out here for a while, soaking this one in. 64-54, the Hawks over West Virginia. We'll be back with the post-game show from Carver Hawkeye Arena. Don't go anywhere. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from their field.
Did you know that UI ranks near the top of the EPA's Green Power Leaderboard? With 84% of our energy coming from renewable sources. Now you can be a part of the team that makes it happen. The University of Iowa Energy Collaborative, our partner in a collaborative, ENGIE North America, is now offering part-time, on-campus positions where you can get hands-on, career-inspiring experience in sustainable utility systems management. Check out the jobs and apply now at uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering solutions for every life, every day. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Once again, here's Rob Brooks.
Hawks are on to their 10th Sweet 16 in program history. Of course, Lisa Bluter takes another team to the Sweet 16 and hopefully beyond, but a tough one to get to the Sweet 16. As you've kind of figured going in, this would not be easy. Hawkeyes win it by 10, 64-54 on a 12-2 run in the last 2 minutes and 3 seconds of the game. And that's senior leadership. That's closing the deal. Sydney Falter with that huge three-point play, knocking down free throws. It took it all.
Yeah, and again, that three-point play was spurred by Gabby Marshall's block shot yet again. So just a great sequence to end the game. And this is something interesting on the stat sheet that I haven't actually seen for quite a while. Just 4 players, you mentioned a couple times, scoring led, of course, by Caitlin Clark, who hit her average, 32 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. Hannah Stolke with 12 points, 11 rebounds. Sydney Falter, 13 points, 7 rebounds. And Kate Martin with 7 points and 10 rebounds. That's it for the Hawks. Hawks shot 36% from the field. Really struggled behind that three-point line, 22% on the game. For West Virginia, they were led by Kaya Watson, 13 points, 7 rebounds. Janaea Quinterly, 15 points. Jordan Harrison held to just 3 points, 6 rebounds. Kylie Blackston, 5 points. Terza Moore, 8 points, 4 rebounds. They shot 33% from the field, 26% behind the three-point line. The Hawks out-rebounded West Virginia, 42-35. Turnovers, we had 15. Hey, that's not too shabby for a team that plays that kind of defense that causes 24 turnovers, averages 24 turnovers in their opponents.
Yeah, Coach Bluter talked about that in the pregame show, and that's probably right around the number that she was looking for.
Yep. A couple other.
The free throw line huge tonight.
The free throw line was obviously huge for the Hawks. They were, let's see here, 25 of 30, just huge. And then you want to contrast that to West Virginia, who was 3 of 5. Am I reading that correctly? I am. So again, just West Virginia got to the line 5 times.
Well,
we got
34 threes.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to get fouled quite as much. Interesting, just some stats on where points came from. West Virginia scored 19 points off of Iowa's turnovers. Iowa scored 7 points off of turnovers. Both teams scored 24 points in the paint. Both teams had 9 second chance shots. West Virginia with 13 fast break shots. Iowa with 6. West Virginia 18 points off the bench. Iowa 0. That's another one that I haven't seen in a while where our bench has not contributed.
Well, you look at the starter minutes, too. Hannah Stolke plays 36-48. Sydney played 34-49. Kate Martin, 35-30. Clark, 39-50. And Gabby Marshall, 36-02. And West Virginia really played 7 players and had some foul trouble. So a couple players came off the bench to probably play a little more extended minutes than they normally do. 27 from Hemingway and 25 from Moore. But you look at Iowa with 2 double-doubles, as Hannah Stolke had 12 points and 11 rebounds. And then make that 1 double-double, but then Kate Martin got into double figures with rebounds with 10 and had 7 points. Clark leads the way with 32, of course, setting the single season scoring record in NCAA women's history. Needed 29 tonight, but drew 11 fouls.
Yeah, she did a great job. She shot okay, from behind the three-point line, but she did a great job of getting herself to the hoop and then getting fouled and to the free throw line.
Yeah, it was a tough ball game. Not a lot of space out there to try to get an open jump shot, a three-point shot in the air. You got to give West Virginia a ton of credit. That is a outstanding defensive team with very good quickness, and just did not shoot the ball very well tonight. 33.9% and 26.5 from three. So a big night for the Hawkeyes as they get back to the Sweet 16. Will play on Saturday against Colorado. Not sure on the game time, but the Hawkeyes later in the week will head to Albany, New York on a 12-2 run. The last 2 minutes and 3 seconds of the ball game. We'll be back with more postgame show from Carver Hawkeye Arena after the break. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Private partnership between the University of Iowa, ENGIE, and Meridium, the UI Energy Collaborative drives academic and research excellence while optimizing campus utilities for a generation to come. Visit uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
When it comes to your health, you need the full picture. That means the right diagnosis and the right treatment right from the start. I'm Aaron Bowes, pediatric neurologist with University of Iowa Healthcare. Here, we're working together every day to advance medicine so you can get the best care. With more research, more clinical trials, and more treatment options than anywhere else in the state, the University of Iowa Healthcare is changing medicine and changing lives. Learn more at uihc.org.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa athletic programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com.
This is the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering solutions for every life, every day.
Hawkeyes now 31-4 on the season after taking care of the 8th-seeded West Virginia Mountaineers, who finished their season 25-8, 64-54 to advance to the Sweet 16. Iowa tied its program record for most wins in school history. Obviously, that number from last year. And Lisa Bluter now is one of 27 Division I women's basketball coaches to win 20 more games in the NCAA tournament at one institution. And, of course, a finalist for the Naismith Award, which is the Coach of the Year award, just one of 4 finalists. And how about Sydney Fulter? Really, I think, sealed the game with that traditional three-point play, that drive down the left side of the lane. She's 18 out of 18 from the free throw line the last 6 games. Hannah Stolke, her second double-double of the season and third of her career. Just incredible performances when you really needed incredible performances to try to get this victory, because they're all hard. But these second-round games, especially when you've got a team that, you figure, seed-wise, you're number one.
Yep.
You don't want to fall out in the the second round. You want to at least get to the Sweet 16. Then anything can happen. But it's a tough ball game to get over the hump. I kind of liken it in the high school level to the sub-state game to get to the state tournament. A lot of times that can be the toughest one, and then you get some relief. This team won't have any relief because their goals are much further than Albany. But that game last year against Georgia, to me, until you got to the Final Four, was the toughest one of them all. And who knows? This one might end up being the same thing.
Well, and like you mentioned, West Virginia as an 8 seed seemed low. That seemed like a low seed. Everybody just knew coming in this was going to be a battle. You watched them play Princeton, right after we played on Saturday, and I thought, okay, this is going to be a back and forth type situation. And now got a couple days prep for Colorado, but you're right. It does feel like it's kind of getting over that hump now, really into March Madness. Now we're deep in.
I think the game for the Mountaineers, it really kind of cost them seed, was back on February the 27th. They lost at Oklahoma State, who did not have a good season, at 68-61. That was their third loss in a row. They lost at Kansas State 73-64, and then a home game to Baylor by 1 at 66-65. Those are two quality teams, but then that loss at Oklahoma State, but then they turned it around and won 3 of their last 4. Their only loss in March was at the Big 12 tournament, 65-62 to a very good K-State team.
Yeah, the Big 12, as we're seeing in the postseason, the Big 12 conference is tough. I mean, you just saw Iowa State give Stanford a run for their money. Kansas State, obviously lost to Colorado, but they gave us a loss. So, yeah, you know these types of things are going to be tough. And now here we are rematched up with Colorado, and they are a very good team as well.
Well, Jamie, let's.
Okay.
You're just not here to listen.
I was actually here to listen.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Because Tiffany said
never said no to a microphone, so never said no.
Jamie Cavey Lang here stops by as always, but I'll never forget when you grabbed my arm at the South Carolina game and just the excitement to get to the Final Four. And then, we called that Georgia game last year, which was very difficult. You knew tonight was going to be too. This is a tough round as you look across the country.
Well, that's what someone was like, are you so excited for tonight? It's going to be it's an easy game. And I was like, oh my gosh. Have you guys not been watching the past few years? This is a hard game. The 8-9 seed is always a good team. And definitely today, West Virginia was a great team, but Iowa was the better team. So.
And how about just the closing minutes? That's the leadership. That's the strength on a 12-2 run the last 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Well, right in that resiliency that they all showed, that they weren't flustered by. West Virginia had a great game plan. You knew that they were going to come out here and they were going to attack and they were going to be aggressive. And they slowed Iowa down like nobody slowed Iowa down before. And then Iowa was resilient to it, though, right? They withstood, even though they took away all these things that Iowa really wants to do, the fast break, things like that.
Well, we called a lot of games in the last 7+ years.
Guys are reminiscent
six points, but 6 points in the second quarter. I don't think we've seen that.
No.
And win.
Right. I was like, how low of score? That's something you should look at for the record books.
Right.
I mean, is this the lowest Iowa has had in how long and was able to still get the W?
And then at a timeout, I looked at Iowa was scoreless and West Virginia was 10 points. I haven't seen that in a while either, where they haven't scored for minutes in the fourth quarter. And we got Coach Reyna in the house.
We got everybody
Let's
on
get another
tonight.
headset.
All right, here we go. Here we go. I'll pass it off to Coach Reyna.
Okay.
I mean,
you've done that once or twice before, right? Assistant Coach Reyna Harmon.
How we doing?
Joins us on the post-game show. Well, I was going to ask you the same thing.
I'm hot and happy.
Well, you better be good, though, right?
Grateful.
Happy and good and all that good stuff.
Yes, I'm still dancing. Life is sweet.
Yeah, how was that locker room? Huh?
Oh my, chaotic. No, man. I mean, we're blessed, right? We're just so grateful, to be able to come out here and withstand run after run, to be able to withstand scoring droughts, and just do the things that kind of we struggled with all year, right?
Yeah.
Rebounding, offensive rebounding. how about, Hannah coming in and knocking down free throws when it was clutch, right?
Big time.
Huge. Gabby Marshall showing up, playing some defense. Sydney down the stretch, just taking it like we know she can, straight left and getting that and one. Just so proud of our kids' resilience. But we've been tested all year, right? And I think we've seen a little bit of that where, some games we may have folded in the fourth. We talk about fear of failure. We put that behind us, and it's like it doesn't matter what the score is. They tied it. It's okay. We could win this game if we just stay together, and we did exactly that tonight.
12-2 run over the last 2:03. That's closing the deal.
That's still the deal right there, and we knew we had to do it in order to keep dancing.
You hate to single out one play, but boy, that three-point play by Sid was just mammoth.
It was huge. It was huge. And at a point where I thought maybe we would try to look to slow it down, and Caitlin was on her side. But, the thing, if you guys been following Sid and her story, and she is not afraid of the big moment. That kid hasn't been afraid of a big moment since she stepped foot on campus. And like she said, she's played behind some great players. She kept grinding. She has so much confidence in herself, in her three, in her ability to knock down free throws, to defend. And she said, I got this ball, and there's space to go left, and I'm going to make it.
Yep, and she told us, I can knock those shots down. I've got a lot of confidence going to the rim.
That's right.
Raina, defensively, Coach pregame show talked about starting out in the 2-3 zone. It looked like some triangle on one or triangle on two there. That was really, really good job in both of those defense for all 40 minutes, which you knew that was going to be that type of game.
Yeah, just point guards, if you will, on the floor. Number 10 and number 11, Harrison and Quinterly, respectively. And so we knew that if they were able to get downhill, get to their spots, make layups, get to the free throw line, or even take their posts, that it was going to be a long night for us. So when we went 5, we just tried to clog it up in the paint and force them to shoot some out of rhythm contested threes, which I thought we did a great job with that. And again, like our Achilles heel have been out of that zone boxing out, and I thought we did a pretty good job of that down the stretch. And then going into some of that junk defense where we were just face guarding number 10 and 11, and then forcing other players to have to make plays and make shots.
And then against the pressure, how did the Hawks perform there?
Well,
against really good pressure,
yeah,
isn't it pretty hard to simulate that quickness?
Very hard to simulate, and we liken them to like an Ohio State or a Penn State, the way they're just kind of up on you, and so I thought maybe in that second quarter we went a little quiet. We had a big scoring drought. We only scored 6 points offensively, and that's not Iowa Hawkeye basketball, but we came out with a sense of urgency, I think, and maybe not looking for our three so much, but looking to drive and saying, if they're riding your hip, just keep going to the basket, you're going to get a call. And then you look at the beginning of that fourth, we were in the bonus with 7 minutes left, and so I thought we did a great job of attacking late in the game.
Yeah, they were getting into some foul trouble there. Harrison fouled out, Quinterly fouled out, Watson had 4, Hemingway also had 4, and then you shoot 30 free throws. You mentioned Hannah knocking them down 25 of 30. They only get to the line 5 times. Huge disparity there.
Yeah, it's big, and people are going to talk about that, but we were in the zone.
Right.
So
they shot 34 threes.
There we go, exactly. So they're shooting it from the arc, and meanwhile we're just driving. And they press, right? They get up on us. So they're okay living with some of those fouls, but I thought we did a great job of exploiting it.
What is it about these second-round games, huh? This is March Madness, right? These are tough.
They're always, when you get to March, right, like it's always going to be tough. Nobody wants to go home. We want to send our seniors out on a good note. We want to play well in front of our home crowd. We also want to get a job and look well doing it. And so just to be able to stay the course, no matter who subbed in. Caitlin's out for a second. Taylor comes in for a second. Kylie, AJ for maybe 2 seconds. I don't know how long she was in, but she was ready when her number is called. Natty getting in there as well. These kids have had a lot of minutes this season, and so they're kind of all embraced their role. They know what their role is, and I thought they all played it well tonight.
The seniors, nice to spend a little extra time on the floor here, because this will be a game we'll all remember, but they certainly will remember this one for a long time.
This group is special, and if we want to elongate our time with them and our experience with them for as long as we can, but they're leaders, and they hold all the qualities of Iowa women's basketball, right? They're passionate. They can score, obviously. They can defend. They're great role models. They're great citizens of the community. So I just hope we can play with them as long as possible.
I didn't want to go home tonight.
Good. You don't have to.
Yeah, that's the best news, is more basketball.
That's right. Pack our bags. We're headed to Albany.
Yeah, absolutely. Raina, thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Hawk fans, go Hawks.
Raina Harmon, assistant coach for the Hawks. courtside on the postgame show after Iowa's victory over West Virginia. 64-54 on a 12-2 run the last 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Tiff talked to Coach Bluter right after the game. We will get to that, have our plays of the game, much more on the post-game show as the Hawkeyes are off to the Sweet 16. 64-54 over West Virginia. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa athletic programs to serve charities in Eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. Thank you to the supporters of the Hawkeye women's basketball postseason. GameBridge and the Parity Flex product designed specifically for women. Crystal Group, 100% employee-owned and driving innovation with real ownership. And the UI Energy Collaborative, enhancing academic and research excellence across campus. Did you know that UI uses the same amount of energy as all the rest of Iowa City? That's why we have our own power plant, and we're committed to making it clean. By 2025, we'll rely completely on climate-friendly, alternative fuels. Deep in the boiler rooms, engineers from the University of Iowa Energy Collaborative are optimizing the power plant so it can handle these new fuels more efficiently. Learn more about it at uiowaenergycollaborative.com. That's uiowaenergycollaborative.com.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo!
See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit epson.com/TV to learn more.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Welcome to the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show, delivering opportunities and results for Iowa's 40,000 soybean farmers.
Hawks finished the game on a 12-2 run over the last 2 minutes and 3 seconds, and the fourth quarter was 16 apiece after West Virginia really got off to a great start in that quarter to tie it at 48, but then it was all Hawkeyes after that because Iowa got that lead in the third quarter, outscoring the Mountaineers 22-14. Win it by 10, 64-54, 32 from Clark, 13 from Fulter, 12 from Stalkey, 7 from Kate Martin. Just 4 players scored for the Hawkeyes. Our postgame stats report brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the all-new, totally free Hy-Vee Perks membership. And we teased that Jamie had a chance to talk to Coach Bluter on the court right after the game.
We are courtside with Coach Bluter. Wow, Coach, congratulations. Another Sweet 16 in the books. You came into this game, and the story here was West Virginia and their defense. But tonight, it was about Iowa and their defense. Talk about what your team did on the defensive side.
I agree with you completely. You know, we kept, and I'm telling you, their defense was really good. That might have been some of the best defense we've seen all year. They did a tremendous job. But, you know, I'm just as proud of my team and the defense that we had. And we did a good job on the boards. We out-rebounded them by 7 and ended up with 15 turnovers, only 6 in the second half. Against that pressure defense, that's pretty good.
Your squad really maintained composure. They pressed, but you ran that triangle and 2, and that zone defense was so effective.
I thought Gabby Marshall worked her tail off I mean, Jordan ends up with 3 points. She's been averaging about 20. And we kept JJ down too. So I'm so proud of the effort that our kids made on defense. So proud of them.
Yeah. Sydney Falter, I want to touch base on her. Just attacked tonight, had an and one with about 2 minutes left.
That was huge. Game is tied. She takes us to the hole and one. We're up 3 now.
Yeah. I want to give you one opportunity here for our listeners on the radio again to just talk about your senior squad.
Yeah.
Shout outs right now.
Obviously, this is an amazing senior group, and we're going to the Sweet 16. And this crowd, you guys were worth about 8 to 10 points tonight. So this crowd is also why we won this game.
Congrats, Coach. Good luck on the road.
Tiffany, thank you. And how about that? Just 6 turnovers in the second half, as Coach Bluter mentioned, against that defense. And, of course, the crowd just spectacular all season long, and it was right there again tonight. Here is Caitlin Clark, some of her comments in the media room.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think our team's really good about playing until the final buzzer, but, I'm really proud of Hannah. She has 2 free throws there early in the fourth quarter, and she comes back, and I think she makes 4 in a row. And that's tough to do as somebody that, has really worked on her free throw shooting. But we all have confidence in her, and to be in those pressure situations and to really step up to the line and make 4 in a row after missing 2 in a row is tough. And she extended it to a 3-possession game for us, so I think that definitely gives you a lot of confidence. And with the way our defense had been playing all night, I knew if we could extend it to 3 possessions, we were going to be, pretty good from there on out. So I'm just really proud of her, honestly.
Holly Rowe, ESPN. This is for Hannah Stokey. Hannah, you talked about how you've really been working on your free throws. What have you improved, and what was it like to step up with the game on the line and be so crucial in that moment?
I think it helps with my confidence a lot. Going into these big games, I'm going to need to knock down free throws, and I think this is a stepping stone to that, for sure.
We'll go here in the second row, Brian. There we go.
Chantel Jennings with The Athletic. Caitlin, question for you. I was talking with Kristen Meyer earlier this year, and she said that you've always had this ability to watch what was happening in the crowd and the court. She said if someone was eating popcorn in the 12th row, you'd know. You've done that in college, like you're looking into the stands a lot. Did you do that more tonight, I'm wondering? And also, like, when you do that, what are you or who are you looking for?
I try not to look in the stands the best I can. I don't know. I think, my family has always been people that have been there for me through the ups and downs of my journey. And I think more than anything, they just look at me and motivate me. And I think that's just a sign of reassurance, or I'll look to our bench and get that too. And, but I've always been one to play to the crowd. That's just who I am. That's what I kind of do. An entertainer in a way. I always want to get them going. And I thought our crowd was tremendous tonight. They really willed us to this victory. And I think I definitely do it. At times I'm not even aware as much. Sometimes I'm just looking around. But I think it's being able to lock in at the same time. Sometimes I don't even notice how loud the environment's getting because I'm so focused on the court.
Kyle Huesman, Hawkeye Report. Question for both of you guys. This game went completely different than a lot of your guys' games this season. 64 to 54. How are you guys able to get it done in a game that's completely different from the way that you guys normally do it? And then secondly, where does this win rank in terms of toughest ones mentally and physically to get through?
This is definitely up there with the best of them for mentally and emotionally and physically grinding this out and getting the win. But to be honest, looking back on our journey last year, to me, this is one of the hardest rounds in the NCAA tournament. Everybody's really good. You're expected to win. You're on your home court. We have all the pressure in the world. They have absolutely nothing to lose to come in here and upset us. And, that happened my sophomore year. Last year, we were in a game that was even closer than this one. So I think our group was never flustered by any means when they went and tied it up. Yes, we had so many opportunities tonight where we got to a 10-point lead, a 7-point lead, and we couldn't figure out a way to extend it. And honestly, we just didn't shoot the ball very well. We just didn't make shots that we normally make. We didn't shoot it too great from the 3-point line, but I think that should give us a lot of motivation. West Virginia is, a really good basketball team, and we found a way to win. We changed up our defenses. We got big rebounds when it mattered. We made big free throws. So I think that's the biggest thing is there was a lot of positive to take away from this when maybe we didn't even play our best basketball or didn't look as pretty. I think that's more fulfilling of a win for us than, going out there and winning by 30 points.
Caitlin Clark, post-game comments, and that's a great point that she makes. Not playing your best, and this is an offensive team that scores over 90 points a game, but tonight it took 64, and the Hawkeyes did it at the defensive end, holding West Virginia to 54 points. Hawks win it 64-54, outscored the Mountaineers 12-2 in the last 2 minutes and 3 seconds. We'll be back to wrap things up from Carver Hawkeye Arena, but before we do that, let's pause one more time, 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Women's Basketball. Plays of the game. Final comments from Carver Hawkeye after the break. The Hawkeyes heading to the Sweet 16 this weekend. 10-point victory over West Virginia, 64-54. This is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
Only 39 cents a pound at Hy-Vee. That's not a sale price. That's the price with the Hy-Vee Perks membership. And 39 cents a pound is not just the price today or this week. It's the Perks price every day. With the Hy-Vee Perks membership, you can save on hundreds of products store-wide every time you shop. And count on Perks prices to stay the same. So if you want to pay less for bananas every day, sign up for Hy-Vee Perks. It's free and easy. Some restrictions apply.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today.
Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP. At Crystal Group, we are driven to make the world safer and more efficient by building superior rugged technology for those on the front lines and in industries that grow our economy. As a 100% employee-owned company, our employee owners are committed to each other's success and are motivated to do things others can't or won't. At Crystal Group, we understand that we're part of something bigger and are proud to support our community and the Hawkeyes.
The best athletes don't just play the game, they change it. When it comes to investing, GameBridge is doing the same. Their online platform does things differently by putting you in control, so you can invest on your own terms and grow your savings over time. It's a better way to invest, because it's investing your way. Get started today with as little as $1,000 at GameBridge.io.
Thank you for joining us on the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show. Iowa, leading the nation in biodiesel production.
With Iowa's 64-54 victory over West Virginia, Hawkeyes will face the 5th-seeded Colorado Buffaloes, who defeated Kansas State yesterday to advance to the Sweet 16. That game will be on Saturday in Albany at the MVP Arena, originally known as the Knickerbocker Arena. Siena plays their home games there. There's been plenty of NCAA tournament action inside that building, and we won't know the time for at least a little while, but the game will be on Saturday. With Iowa's 10-point victory over West Virginia at 64-54, let's relive some of tonight's top plays.
Clark, down court pass, Stalkey, left-handed layup, wide open for two.
Big time shots by Hannah Stolke.
In between the circles, goes between her legs. Thought about a three-pointer. Now top of the key. She will fire and knock it down. How about that? A three-pointer off the dribble for Clark. Here is Quinterly. Free throw line extended right. Pulls up her dribble and then throws it right to Clark, who races down the right side of the lane, goes up, layup good. Left side as well, short corner. Now hands to Clark for three. Swish from the left wing. Post area for Stalkey. And it turns to face. and then has the ball swatted away, but gathers it, goes into the paint, kicks it back out to Marshall, fires a three-pointer. Gabby rolled around, no, but a falter there for the rebound and put back. And Stalky comes up with another rebound, tries to break through a double team, does so, gets it back out to Clark for three. Woo! Swish, left to the top of the key.
We're moving now, folks.
Caitlin angles to the right side. Step back three, right wing, rimming no. Rebound, Martin, put back, count it, off the window, and she's fouled. And the ball tapped away by Harrison, and she gathers it. In transition down the left side. Goes up and scores, but a charge taken by Gabby Marshall. Here's a falter, free throw line, lane, left-handed layup, window, count it, and she's fouled. Hawks by 2.
What a dog. What a dog. This is what she does best.
64-54, 5 seconds. Three-pointer Fields, left side. There it is. Well, there's just never been any reason to not head east to the Sweet 16 in Albany, New York. The Hawks back in the Sweet 16. That they are, and will take on the Colorado Buffaloes from Albany on Saturday. Coverage of the NCAA tournament will continue on the Hawkeye Radio Network and is presented by your Central Midwest Honda dealers with our amazing lineup of rugged SUVs. Your Central Midwest Honda dealers know how to dominate the competition. That's why we're such big fans of the black and gold women's basketball team as they continue their tournament run, and we will continue to fasten our seatbelts and go Hawks. And, you know, with this team, Tiffany, now, 35 games into it. Iowa's won 8 in a row. You certainly didn't want it to end tonight. This team has more basketball in it.
Yeah, it would have been a totally different vibe, obviously, coming off if we would have lost. But I think, Caitlin said it best. You said it. These are actually our tough games, big wins to get that kind of turn the page onto almost a new season once you hit that Sweet 16. And, again, kudos our senior class to go out with a win and a great win at that.
Memorable night inside Carver Hawkeye Arena again, and there's been so many, and hopefully there'll be many more here in the next couple of weeks. Caitlin Clark with 32 points, drew 11 fouls, also had 8 rebounds. Kate Martin had 10 boards. Sydney Falter just huge tonight, had 13 and 7. Hannah Stalky a double-double, 12 and 11. Hawkeyes do it at the free throw line, 25 of 30. J.J. Quinterly led West Virginia with 15 points. Kaya Watson had 13. And Jayla Hemingway off the bench with 10. 3 players in double figures for West Virginia. The Hawks get it done. Only shot 36%. 22 from three-point range. Caitlin's the only one that made any three-pointers tonight for the Hawkeyes. She made 5, but 25 out of 30, 83% from the free throw line. And how about the D? The Hawkeyes defended tonight. And we will join you for more basketball. Sweet 16 action next Saturday. Iowa and Colorado. Not sure what time the game will start as of now, but who cares? It might be at noon, might be at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. We've played at all times here this year. One final time from Carver Hawkeye Arena this year. For Tiffany Reedy, I'm Rob Brooks. Thanks so much for listening tonight and all season. And thankfully, we've got another game, the Hawks and the Buffaloes, Saturday from Albany in the Sweet 16. 64-54, the final tonight. Iowa with victory number 31 over West Virginia, 64-54. Good night from Carver Hawkeye Arena. And this is Iowa Hawkeye women's basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Iowa Soybean Association postgame show. Biodiesel, moving Iowa forward. Hawkeye women's basketball has been brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Authentic brand. Elevate your everyday style with a premium label of choice. Hy-Vee. Score big savings at HyVeeDeals.com. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.